I need you to understand, overstand, understand. I need you to understand, overstand, and understand. Brother Jose.
Sí, señor, ¿cómo está?
Peace and love, good brother. You got any time to slide by today?
Sí, tengo 5 minutos.
As soon as possible. How soon can you get here?
15 minutos, 20.
601 East 17th Street, Wilmington.
Okay.
We're right around the corner from the Boys and Girls Club.
Sí, comprende.
601 East 17th Street, Wilmington, Delaware.
Comprende, sí. Can I come now? Why are you sniffing? You sniff time? What's going on? Turn the heat down.
Yes, sir. I need you to look at two things, Brother Jose.
Okay.
The first thing is the HVAC unit on our small gym has to be switched out.
Sí.
The company that produced the existing unit can replicate another unit.
¿Qué?
I just need to find a tech who is able to replace the unit when the new one has completed production.
Okay, no problema, no problema.
Which will take about 60 days, the company has told me.
Okay.
So I need you to look at it, let me know if you can do it, and what will the cost be for you to remove this old one, put the new one in, and the new one is going to look identical to the old one, but it's a more modern version.
¿Qué? No comprende.
We're going to buy the unit.
Okay.
Okay, so that's number one. I want you to look at that. Number two
is
on the small school, Brother Jose.
Okay.
We have a roof unit that has to be replaced.
¿Qué?
We've already got the new unit produced. It is sitting in storage. But I have not been able to find a tech who can get the permit, block off the street, bring the crane, lift the new unit up on top of the school, tie it all in. So that unit has been sitting. It was delivered on November the 1st.
November?
And it's been sitting there for 3 months, Jose. So,
Tres?
And it's the same unit. All we did was order a replica of what's up there because it was custom made.
Pero no comprende, don't make no sense, my friend. Okay? You go where you want me to come. I can look, you tell me what you want.
I'm not sure because it went straight to storage, and I'll share with you where that is. But it's supposed to be identical. It's supposed to be identical to the one up there. It is at a crane yard, and I have the address. It's not far from the school.
Is a crane yard? you say crane yard, huh? you too funny.
Okay.
Huh? Sí, pero tú tengo the
yes, sir.
Huh? The money? You have the money? I got ¿cuánto? Tell me how much you pay.
No problem. I'm here waiting on you. Keep me posted.
How much?
Okay. Thanks, Jose. All
Hello?
right.
Hello?
All right, Cook Fresh Chat. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in at the live stream here. Just trying to get caught up on all of these shenanigans with Umar Johnson. Cooking Crush Chat is undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Yeah, Brother Jose, he's a Tupac, man. From what I heard, they kind of go back in day. What's up, OF? That's a whole nother Another topic for a whole nother time. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. We got quite a bit to get into today. Trying to get caught up on all of these shenanigans with Umar. I was sent some more stuff today. Umar was being interviewed, and someone had questioned him about the donations and the status of the school. I want to get to that today. If we don't get into it today, then more than likely we'll get into it tomorrow. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. How's it going, Naeem? Hope you're doing all right. I don't know what a roof. Umar, you know, he don't even know the terminology. What's up, Golden Child? Our brother Fairchild's in the building as well. Thank you so much. And Bree, thank you so much for being Miss Independent. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have been enjoying the live streams this week. We've had a wonderful time. I've been getting a lot of stuff. I know he can. We've been getting a whole bunch of stuff covered. How's it going, TW? And we're going to try to keep it rolling here today. Thank you guys so much again for tuning on in. Okay, so I want to pick up where we left off yesterday. We finished a video where Umar was out and about. The title of this particular live stream, it deals with Umar, how he's everywhere except up at these abandoned buildings. And this is a pattern of behavior with Umar. He spends very little time. I think maybe maybe 3 weeks ago, I'd asked the question, how often is Umar, how many days out of the year do you guys think that Umar's up there actually doing work? It's got to be less than 30 days out of the year where he's actually doing something up there. It could be 20, you know, it could actually be 14 days where he's actually doing something. Now, he does go up there from time to time to beg for money, but he's not necessarily doing anything of consequence. What has happened, though, here in 2025, his CashApp has gotten it was shut down. And for Umar, it makes no sense to go up there to beg for money to get people to send him money on CashApp because he doesn't have CashApp anymore. He still has his P.O. box, of course. He still has PayPal, but the people aren't sending him money on PayPal like they were sending him money on CashApp. And this is actually true going way, way back. Umar used PayPal earlier on in the St. Paul's school scam for a while, but it ended up getting shut down. It was frozen. Okay. Ultimately, that got shut down because of fraud, but he set up another one a little bit later on down the line. But after that initial PayPal account that he had set up, PayPal was not really what he was pushing. Most of the time, he was pushing CashApp. There was a time he was pushing his GoFundMe too, but that got shut down because of fraud too. You guys see a pattern here? So GoFundMe gets shut down. CashApp becomes his main means of getting money out of people. His P.O. box was secondary. He had a P.O. box in Pennsylvania. That got shut down. In fact, the state of Pennsylvania sent him a cease and desist letter informing him that he is to not collect donations out of Pennsylvania anymore, and he couldn't use that P.O. box anymore. So what he did was he also at that around that time he had set up, well, by 2019 he set up a P.O. box in Wilmington, Delaware. So he exclusively promoted that particular P.O. box. He stopped promoting the one in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So what I'm getting at is that all of these different ways of getting money out of people, it's dwindled to the point where now he doesn't even have CashApp anymore. He still has a P.O. box in Wilmington, Delaware. He promotes his PayPal, but people aren't sending the type of money that on PayPal that they were sending him on CashApp. And so as a consequence, Umar's in a really tough situation right now. And I told people that this was going to happen. I told people months ago that this was going to happen. And so Umar, he's in a position now that going up there to the abandoned buildings, it's actually, there's an opportunity cost before he can get money out of people because he had CashApp and he would say, get on your CashApp, run them donations. Y'all remember? Run them donations, baby. Run them donations, baby. Run them donations, baby. Get on your CashApp, don't be lazy. These hot cookies got me going crazy. Okay, all right. Well, he don't have CashApp anymore. So it's an opportunity cost because the effort that Umar would put into going up there to beg for money, it's not bringing money like it used to. So as a consequence, what we find Umar today, these days, is that he's spending less and less time up there at these abandoned buildings, and he's spending more and more time everywhere else because he has to get money and through other means. So he does his speaking engagements. Now he's back to selling books. He's promoting his books again. In fact, one of the videos he was interviewed down in, I think it was in Louisiana or something like that. He actually has his book sitting there, promoting it. Well, that goes to show you how desperate he is at this point, because when he had that CashApp, he wasn't really promoting the book like that. Not for a long time. Cash App gets shut down. Money's not coming in like it used to. He has to scrape at the bottom of the barrel. And so he has to go back to trying to slang these books. Okay. Now that's what we covered yesterday, but I wanted to get back to this topic here of Umar. He's everywhere else except up at these FDMG Bandos. These Bandos were supposed to open in 2013, 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And then, of course, he said September of 2025, which is less than 3 months away. And then he extended it to 2026 next year. Well, shouldn't he be up there right now, getting things in order? Shouldn't he be filing paperwork with the state to actually have an official school that is named after FDMG RBG Leadership Academy? It's not registered with the Board of Education, and it's still not registered at the Board of Education. So this is all to say that Umar's been lying from the jump. He still continues to lie. He does not have a school. He has abandoned buildings, and he's still telling people that the school is going to open every single year, but he doesn't even have an entity, a legal entity set up with the Board of Education in Delaware under Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy. What does that tell y'all? He's not serious about opening up school. He's a con man. See? And then when people question him on this, he blocks them like he blocked me. Okay. I've never gone on to his social media and left any comments or anything like that. He went on to my social media and blocked me on from there. It just goes to show you. All right. He does not like to be challenged. He does not like to be asked critical questions, but we will continue to do that. Okay. All right. That's my introduction for today. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Daxter sent in I think it's a super sticker. So it's not showing anything on here, but it probably shows on YouTube. I just can't see it on my end. So thank you so much, Daxter. I appreciate it. Reginald says, ¿Cómo estás hoy? I'm doing a lot better. I feel better today than I did yesterday. Thank you for asking. I've been sick, and it's been quite some time. So I've been getting worried. So I told myself I said I'll give myself another week, and then I told myself another week, and here we are. It's been about a month. And last week it was just too bad. I couldn't even get up here to lodge. I had to take days off of work. But I felt well enough on Monday, felt better yesterday, and then I feel even better today. So hopefully this streak we'll keep the streak going on here as we move forward. Thank you, Reginald, for asking. I appreciate that. I am getting older, and we all getting older. And in fact, I just want to say rest in peace to Ananda Lewis. She passed away, and that's someone that I knew in high school. She went to the same high school that I went to. I don't think I can't remember her at O'Farrell. I was at O'Farrell from 6th to 9th grade, but I do remember her at SDSCPA. She graduated the year before I graduated. She was close friends with one of my cousins. I didn't really, I wouldn't consider her to have been a friend. I knew her. And the last time I saw her, interestingly enough, it was at I don't even think it's out there anymore in San Diego. Because it was her mom, her and her mom, they were at Circuit City, and it was by Qualcomm Stadium. They tore that stadium down by now. They actually set up a whole new complex for San Diego State down there, a state of the art. It's really nice. But she was at Circuit City with her mom, and I happened to be up there. I remember I was getting because it was around the time I was working on my first album. So I was probably about 20, maybe 22 years old, 23 maybe. But she was there, and I walked up to her. She was in Circuit City. I was getting CDRs. And I greeted her, and she said, "Oh, I remember you. You were real quiet and such and such." I said, "Yeah." And we spoke for just a little bit. I gave her a hug, gave her mom a hug, and that was it. Anyway, she passed. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. And so I just want to say rest in peace to her. It just reminds us of how time really flies, and we don't know the hour nor the day. And so we have to make sure that we maximize our time while we're here. And as we get older, more and more people pass on. And at some point, we're going home to glory too. So that's why it's important for us to be appreciative for what we have, appreciative of the people that we have in our life, the good people that we have in our life, of course. If you have children, be appreciative of them. You have a wife, a husband, a boyfriend, girlfriend, fiance, be appreciative of them too. And if you have a wonderful collection of individuals here in the Cookie Crush chat, be appreciative of them too. I'm so thankful for you guys. Okay, so I just want to say that rest in peace to Ananda Lewis. Okay, thanks, Reginald, for the super chat again. Lewis Luck, every time I see you saying FDMG is coming, I'm reminded of how thin your face is in that clip. Wasn't that long ago either. You ain't no damn. You ain't no damn vegan. That face done seen some ham hocks. No, I'll put on weight. I'll put on weight from back in the day. That's for sure. I could lose a couple pounds, especially in my belly. That's for sure. I probably won't do nothing. Yeah, I don't put on some weight. That's just part of life. You know what I'm saying? Thanks, Louis. Like, yeah, I only eat ham hogs. I used to eat everything when I was growing up as a kid, but I've been vegan. My wife and I've been vegan. I can't even remember how long. We were vegetarian before that, but I can't even remember how long ago that was. I remember when I became vegan when I was like maybe 19. Yeah, I think I was about 19. It was when I was in college the first time. Anyway, thanks, Louis, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then Smitty Boy says, we appreciate you, Uncle Lenon. I love you. Oh, thank you so much. Love you too. And thanks everyone too. I appreciate you all, and let's just make sure that we appreciate each other while we're here. Because the older you get, more and more people pass. Well, I excuse me. I remember more recently, I had a friend pass away that when I was in college the first time, she passed away. She was a little bit younger than I am. And when I heard the news, it just messed me up. It really did, because it was so unexpected. We never know. So I'm very appreciative, very thankful, and I'm thankful to you guys too here in the Cookie Crush chat. Okay, I do not take you guys for granted at all. So thank you guys for being here and being supportive. And thanks, Smitty Boy. Okay, let's get going here, because I want to get through this as quickly as possible. More than likely, we'll be live streaming tomorrow, because I really want to get to the video where Umar was being challenged on this scam. They had asked him about how the donation money too. Okay, I haven't seen it, but I had someone say, I don't want to say their name, but they know who they are. They sent me all the receipts, and I already downloaded all of them. But I want to stay on task in terms of the timeline, video by video. So the video we're going to get into here now is from the 7th of this month, which was 4 days ago. And notice Umar, he's not at these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, because he's everywhere else except up there at these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Okay. All right. So let's get going here. Thank you so much, everyone. Start the Cook Crush chat. Cook Crush chat's undefeated. Let's go. Not to be petty, but Umar, you gotta, the attire, it's just, anyway. Yeah, we love Kel. What's up, 7-8-bit? Oh, no. It's not that big. No. I'm just saying I can lose a couple of pounds. For my age, I'm not overweight or anything like that. I'm actually in really good shape. At least physically, it appears that way. I would like to think, right? But I can tell I can lose a couple of pounds on the belly. I think it will do me good. Anyway, here we go. Don't Umar look like a black conscious, b-boy, like he about to start breakdancing? Umar about to start breakdancing and shit. Oh man, anyway, let's go.
Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace.
Hey, I got me a smoothie too. It ain't no BBL one like Umar was saying, but I got me a smoothie. This is my second cup. Let's go.
In Pan Africanism, this is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
This is your big brother, Nana Payena.
Oh,
this
Nana
is your big brother,
Payena
Notorious RBG. This is your
I'm just playing. I should do that one more time. All right, Umar, go ahead. Here we go.
Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar.
Yeah, he looked like he just jumped out the tree. He's a Pan African Rambo. Oh no. He do look like Rambo. He look like a grizzly bear Rambo. It just jumped out the tree. All right, thanks. He do. What is that called? A band? It's not a bandana, but whatever that is. What? Come on now, lady. You know who are you? Look like he about to start. He about to start breakdancing and shit. Let's go.
Ifatunde Ogun Tade. This is your big brother Nana Payena. This is your big brother Notorious RBG. This is your big brother Big Papa. This is your big brother, the most relevant and requested black scholar on the planet Earth for the past 15.
These are all self-appointed titles.
Past 15 years. Brothers and sisters, we had a good day yesterday.
Oh, don't do that.
Brothers and sisters, we had a good day in Ypsilanti. And today, it's going down again.
What you talking about? McNana. Oh, no. That ain't right. Don't do that. The Bando Commando. Oh. Y'all ain't gonna do it to me today. Well, I had a rough time yesterday. Once I get back to 100%, we can goof off like, but let me get this under control. Tara, you wrong for that one. The Bando Commando, Umar Johnson. It's like a video game. That's what it reminds me of. Remember that Nintendo game Commando? It's the Bando Commando. Starring Umar Johnson. He comes in the day, he comes in the night, he jumps out of the trees to give a big fright. It is the Bando Commando. All right.
2 o'clock until 6 o'clock, Ypsilanti, Michigan. Saturday, June 7th, Riverside Arts Center, 76 North Huron Street. 76 North Huron Street. Doors open up at 1 o'clock today. Program begins at 2 o'clock today. Right. Dr. Umar speaks at 3 o'clock today. If you need a copy of my book, you better come and get it. Even if you can only stop by and get a copy of the book, you better come and get it.
See, he needs to sell them books right now, like I was saying. He don't be talking about them books, but he need that money. He said, I need to sell some of these books. Black Wolf sent gift to the members. Thanks so much, Black Wolf. Whoever received that membership, go and thank Black Wolf. Very kind of you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go.
A black parent advocate, everything you need to know to save your child.
Y'all leave this man alone. Ain't nothing wrong with great value brand. Don't do that, Smitty boy. Don't do that. Umar is the great value T'Challa. Listen, I remember one time, I kid you not, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the story, because Umar, he be making up. He's out there. But one time when what was the movie called anyway? When the Black Panther came out, he was talking about how the director stole part of his story, Umar's story, and how they were using his talking points in the movie, and how they owed him money. They should pay him money for it. Y'all remember this? It was something like, hit the one, because I can't remember exactly what he was saying. I have the video downloaded. But it just goes to show you how far out this guy is, and if the movie flopped, he wouldn't have been talking about it, but he's always clout chasing. So he wanted to make it seem like a character was based upon him, and they were using his talking points inside the film. I said, if this guy, he just be making up stuff. I think it was T'Challa too. I think that's what he was saying. Yeah, I'm not making it up either. Okay, I just remember, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly the story he was saying, but it was something like that. Thanks, Smitty boy, for super chat. And Fairchild, thank you for the super chat too, sir. Beware of people who create so many different names for themselves. It may be dissociative identity disorder, DID. It is a mental health condition where you have two or more separate identities. Yeah. And in my analysis of Umar, he has different personalities. Okay. If we put together a list of all the names that he's given himself, these are all different personalities. Big Papa is more like the Lothario. He's like the pimp archetype. Even though it's the Prince of Pan Africanism, Big Papa, Prince of Pan Africanism, it's also a derivative of Biggie Smalls, Big Papa. You know what I'm saying? King Kong Consciousness, that's like the thug archetype. That's the one that goes nuts. He'll go crazy. He'll wild out, like in the SETI rant. Dresses differently than Big Papa, behaves differently. Even the language changes too, right? And then, of course, you have Jermaine Shoemake. That's Umar, the little boy. That's when Umar, he's like just like a little child, looking lost, doesn't know. He's begging for people to send him things, and he just doesn't know what to do. That's little Jermaine. And then you have Dr. Umar Johnson. Well, that's more in line with the school psychologist. That's when he would dress in suits, 3-piece suits, a tie. The way he would talk would be different. It was more professional. At least he would put on, that personality would be more professional. So he has all these different personality types that come out. But his core personality, in my opinion, is Jermaine Shoemake, the little boy who's lost and who's afraid. And when people go at the little boy, because that's who he is, and then he needs to be defended. Well, that's when Big Papa comes. That's when King Kong conscious comes out, right? Yeah, he's a very interesting individual, and he's created all these different names. All these different, and those names, they actually associate with different personalities, and those personalities are very much different. Even how they dress, the language that they use is very different from each other. But you have to watch Umar over time to be able to see it. And it becomes very, very clear. I think the setting rant was very eye-opening for a lot of people, because to the best of my knowledge, Umar had never behaved like that. He had gone off a bit here and there, but not like that. And that was King Kong consciousness, And then people start to realize, wait a minute, he does something's not quite right with him. Well, yeah, this is dissociative identity disorder. They used to call that multiple personality disorder. In my opinion, Umar has different personalities that come out depending on the situation. That's dangerous in and of itself. Thank you, Fairchild, for the super chat. Okay, let's get going here. Here we go.
Rescue your child.
This is a prince. This right here is well, I guess he already called it Nana Pania now, but Nana Pania is a name that he uses more. He rarely uses, but he's been using it more recently. But when he dresses in dashikis and this type of thing, that's more in line with the Nana Pania now. But he had another character that would fit that bill too before. I just can't think of the name right now. Big Papa, Prince of what it is Prince of Pan Africanism. Just that title alone. Not Big Papa, but Prince of Pan Africanism. That's the Pan Africanist. That's the one who wears the dashiki, so forth and so on. And Umar didn't start wearing dashikis until relatively late. He tried to make it seem like he was black conscious, like when he was in junior high school and stuff like that, or even in college. But as an undergrad, that's not true at all. He didn't come into that where he starts thinking in terms of himself being the Prince of Pan Africanism until relatively later on. Okay, here we go.
To prevent your child.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, thank you, Nat Max. Ogun Tade is another derivative of the Prince of Pan African. Ogun Tade is more in line with the spiritual, so-called spiritual, I guess you could say Pan-Africanists, and that's where he gets into the Ifa and that thing. But anytime he's wearing dashikis like this, with the headband and all that stuff, this is when you get into the Ogun Tade, the Prince of Pan-African, that type of character. Nana Paniana, that kind of thing. Anyway, very, very interesting.
Snatch your child out of the school to prison pipeline, special education exploitation system in the ADHD psychiatric medication complex. Ypsilanti, Pontiac, Inkster, Detroit, Highland Park, Flint. If you don't have a copy of my book, you need to come get it today between 1 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Doors open up at 1. Program begins at 2. Hit the PayPal. Where are my loyal?
Yeah. He connects it too sometimes. Ifatunde Ogun Tade. Yeah, that's the Pan-Africanist kind of character that he's kind of putting on right here. But you see now, what is he asking for? See, he needs money. He's been on the road. That money's looking funny. He's looking all as if and we talked about this yesterday. He's looking as if he's having withdrawal symptoms. He's sniffing and shit. Well, he needs people to send him money. Now, when he says get on your PayPal, the question becomes for what? He's not even in Wilmington, Delaware. He hasn't been in quite some time. I don't know how long. I mean, I'm going to find out, but he blocked me on his Instagram last month. I just didn't realize until a couple of days ago. But why does he need money right now? He's not even in Wilmington, Delaware. What is he going to do with the money that he receives? Wherever he's at. And I don't even know where he's at. Wherever he's at right here. It's not like he's going to be doing any renovations, right? And renovations, he said renovations were done in 2023. So why is he asking for money? Well, it's not to open up a school. It's not to do renovations. No. It's because he needs the money for himself. You guys, people, we got to wake up. We got to wake up. The light bulb on that, it went off in my mind more recently. But if you look back at all the times that Umar's begging for money, most of the time he's not even up there in Wilmington, Delaware. And most of the time he's traveling at that time, because he spends most of his time traveling anyway. So what does he need the money for? And he's so desperate for it too in those moments. Why? See, that's like when he live streams at 1 a.m. and he's asking for people to get on his Cash App when he had it in PayPal. Okay, for what? Why would people need to send you donations at 1 a.m. for? What you gonna do at 1 a.m. with donations that's can be attributed to opening up a school? Not a damn thing. It's for himself. See? He needs the money, and that's the situation with him right now. That's why he's gonna start begging. Here we go.
FDMG donors, we about to cross that finish line. Hit the PayPal. Where all my loyal.
He keeps saying, he's been saying we're gonna cross that finish line for years now.
FDMG donors, we about to cross that finish line. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy.
Yeah, you're right about that.
PayPal.me/FDMG Academy.
Yep. Yep.
New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm gonna see you tomorrow in Gretna. Louisiana Africans, all Louisiana Africans, you are to report to Gretna, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Sunday, June the 8th, from 2 o'clock until.
Yeah, Francisca, I'm not sure which book he's actually selling. I know that in the video, I'll pull it up right now. This is the one where they actually question him about the donations and other things. Someone sent me timestamps on it too, so maybe we'll get into that because we're making good time already. I just want to get right on into it so we can kind of stay caught up, or at least semi caught up with Umar. I think no, that's not it either. Did I download it? Maybe I didn't download it. No, here it is right here. Yeah, because I think it just came online today. Yeah, this is it right here. So let me see. This is probably, and I'm not sure, but Francisco, this is probably the book that he's slanging right now.
What am I submitting to?
Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, so it's probably the Black Parent, what is it? The Black Parent something. I can't even remember what the full title is. It's a bunch of bullshit anyway. But that's the one that he's talking. He's trying to at least peddle here in this interview. So I'm going to assume that this is the one that he's trying to sell for $50. Black Parent Training, or yeah, Black Parent Advocate. I'm sorry, I should remember that, but it's just. I'm sorry, excuse me. That's what I thought it was. The Black Deadbeat Advocate. Yeah, I should memorize that. I probably won't, but but like I said, he doesn't bring the Deadbeat Advocate book up that much anymore until now, because he's scraping at the bottom of the barrel, like we were talking about yesterday. That's why I couldn't even remember what the title of it was. But anyway, this interview right here, someone said that they actually challenged Umar on the donation money and other his Frederick Douglass relationship and all that stuff. If we have time, we'll get to it, and I think we will have time, because we have this video that we're covering now. There's a second video, and then we should have enough time to get into this video. We won't watch the whole thing. We'll just skip through to get to the timeline on those two issues. Okay. All right. Lewis Suck also says the parallels are interesting. His daughter contacting him about her siblings and her anger at him, Umar's anger at Jamal and Jamal's other family. I wonder if Umar ever asked about his siblings. I haven't thought about that. And the parallels are very real here. In other words, that this levels of dysfunction that we find in Umar and his relationship, or lack thereof, relationship with his daughters. He has 3 children. Bare minimum, he has 3 children. He's been on child support on all 3 of those children over the decades. And he has at least 3 baby mamas. I propose he has more, but I only go with what the paperwork shows. You guys can find this he has an extensive docket in Pennsylvania child support. You can look it up yourself. He does have different aliases, so you have to be creative in terms of the names that you put in there. But in general, Umar Johnson is going to pull up some receipts right there. Umar Abdullah will pull up some receipts too. Okay. The point being, and I've already shown the receipts in the past, that the levels of dysfunction. Umar has a lot of baby mamas. Jamal, he impregnated at least 3 women and was largely absent in the lives of his first baby mama and his second baby mama, who he later married, but then divorced. And that would be Umar Johnson's mama. So there are many parallels. Umar's General disposition towards his children is as if they do not exist and they do not matter. Jamal's general disposition towards Umar, I have him on record. I can pull it up and play it for you, where he said, "You're dead to me," talking about Umar. You want me to pull it up right now? I can pull it up. What kind of father gets online? And not to go back in on Jamal, because he's so thoroughly irrelevant. He really is. He's taking all of his social media down. He's talking all that shit, but then at the end of the day, he takes all his social media down. And I'm not just talking shit about me, but talking shit about his own son. A father should not be, and I said it many times before, he should not be on social media disparaging his son no matter what. It just should not happen. And part of the issue is, again, Lewis, it's the levels of dysfunction. If Umar Johnson's daddy, Jamal, had a good relationship with Umar, then they could have ironed out their differences offline. And that's how it should have been done. Especially if you got a father who got some damn sense, okay, and who has some wisdom. That's not what happened. Jamal, he takes it to the internet and it just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. Thoroughly unnecessary, but he was also clout chasing on Umar. He has a competition thing with Umar, trying to outdo Umar. Just this level of dysfunction is just crazy. Similarly, Umar's he had an opportunity to mend the relationship that he had with his daughter, but instead he took her as opposition. And then what he does is he tries to set his followers against her and disparages her over and over again, and her mother online. And then also one of his other baby mamas, he does the same thing. It's just the parallels between these. Really, what you have is two men that don't really give a shit about their kids. Now, I will say this: that in my opinion, Jamal, he did a better job with what would be called his third family. The first family, he wasn't present. There's someone he impregnated when he says it when he was in junior high school. And then the second baby mama would be Umar Johnson's mama, that he abandoned her as well and abandoned them kids too. And then ultimately, in my opinion, he did a much better job. I'm not saying that he was perfect with who he is with this third family, and he should be commended for that. The point is that he should not have gone at Umar the way that he did, and he should have kept his fucking mouth closed. And that's real talk. What kind of man, what kind of father gets online and disparages his own son, regardless, and then says, "You're dead to me"? See, that's wrong. Okay. So, but again, that's why how Umar treats his children and how Umar has gone at his own children online, it's just mimicry. It's no different. Well, it is different, but it's the same mentality applies. They don't have any real connection to their children, Jamal to Umar and Umar to his daughters. And at the end of the day, they're more concerned with how things look to the public when it relates to to them. How do people see me if I got my son acting like this? Or how do people see me if my daughter's coming out here calling me a deadbeat, which is a statement of fact. See, yeah, it's just thoroughly dysfunctional. See, and I have it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull it up right now because it goes to show. Another thing too, real quick, little stuff, because I haven't thought about this, but Jamal's third family, that in my opinion he did much better with. He has 3 children with I'm not going to say her name here, but rest, because she's passed away, so rest in peace. He has 3 children there. I highly doubt that efforts were made to consistently keep Umar Johnson in those daughters' lives. I highly doubt it. In fact, I would propose that one of the reasons why Umar was shipped off to boarding school was to get him as far away from all of the children as possible. I want people to think about this. The Jamal shipping Umar away, out of all of the kids that he had with Barbara, he only shipped Umar away. Him shipping Umar away, for what reason? And why not ship any of the, because if it was simply for the benefit, the educational benefit, then why not ship all the children away? That's not what happened. I'll propose that there were things that were taking place inside of that household, in my opinion, that were unruly, that were extremely problematic, that were traumatizing, and that Jamal decided to take Umar out of that environment and put him someplace far away, relatively speaking. But then also it put Jamal in a position to where in Umar, he's going to have the possibility of having him having any further significant interaction with his new family, Jamal's new family, and his three newer children, if you will, is very much limited. That's what I think. See, Jamal knew a long time ago that Umar had mental health issues. He did. He knew that. He knew that. I would propose that's one of the reasons why he shipped him away. But see, the thing is that Jamal made a decision, and throughout all of this, you know, it's not just that one decision, but he made many decisions that actually put Umar in a position to wherein he was fatherless in essence, growing up in an extremely dysfunctional household. And Jamal goes out and lives his best life. Okay, all right. But then don't come in on the back end trying to chastise your son on the internet for the world to see. See, that's wrong. And then get up there talking about Umar and how you're dead to me. Who talks like that? Sound like something Umar would say, right? I don't mean to go off, Louis Luck, but it's fascinating. Their history and the levels of dysfunction and how it's passed on from one generation to the next is quite amazing, you know? Let me see here. Here, let me do this. I'm going to pull this up for you guys. I'll play this and then I'll find, because I haven't found the actual video. And again, Jamal, he's irrelevant. He took all this stuff down. What happened was when Jamal Johnson's granddaughter comes out to spill the beans on Umar being a deadbeat, which I've been telling people, and I've already shown since even way before all this happened. Jamal tried to get her to stop talking about it. He encouraged her. He was trying to persuade her not to talk about it. But she decides to keep on talking about it. And at a certain point, he takes all of his social media down. See? Why? See? Just like with Umar, it's all about, you know, I don't want my daughter telling the truth about me, and I don't want the baby mamas telling the truth about me because it's going to make me look bad. It's going to make me look bad in the eyes of the people. Well, same thing with Umar. When Umar did the SETI rant, that's the main reason why Jamal came out to speak out against him. When he does the SETI rant, Jamal, and seeing how Umar was acting, Jamal Johnson, he has to come out and try to do damage control because people were asking him. And he actually mentions this. He felt as if people were asking him, why is your son behaving like this? So he has to try to get online and try to clear it all up, even though he was a deadbeat and didn't have no relationship with Umar in the first place. See? But Umar's the same way. Let me play this for y'all, and I'm going to go find another video. I'll be right back.
Okay. Again, let me understand this. In the event that my son is lying, you're saying it doesn't matter because his information is good. So you've already accepted the option that he may have lied to you, and you're going to make that good by saying his information is valid, so his lies don't matter, and you will continue to follow him as your leader.
You have to go on Radiant Shadow.
Okay, I have a problem with that. First of all,
see, Umar does that too. I have a problem, and this is why we were talking about this yesterday, trying to figure out what is the terminology when people think that their opinion matters so much. We were trying to figure out. Someone said it's called an ideologue. Someone called it someone being who's pretentious, as if their opinion matters so much. Well, Jamal's the same way. They have a lot of similar mannerisms. They do. Even sometimes there's times where Umar, he gets on and he starts going like this and shit. And then I have videos where Jamal, he gets on and he's like, I don't mean to laugh about it. Anyway, let's go.
why would you assume that he's lying to you? Okay? If you trust and believe in this man, why would you insult him by alleging that he may be lying? Secondly,
yeah, he playing that Cuban salsa music in the background. Because his granddaddy was a white Cuban.
why would he have to lie to you? See, I'm of the opinion that leadership doesn't need lies. You don't have to lie for your leaders, because your leaders are going to be thorough. I believe that my son is doing what he's supposed to be doing with the credentials he's supposed to be having to do them. And so I don't have to sit here and lie on his behalf or to imply that if he is lying, it's okay because he gave out good information. First of all, it's hypocrisy. Secondly, it insults the character of him. Because if he's on the up and up, why would you have to have an avenue of escape in the event he's found out to be lying on Monday? I don't even look at that. I support him 100% in this issue here, and I hope that he is truly 100% vindicated through the documents and necessary paperwork that he needs to show these people what they need to see.
Yeah, he's referring to when Umar was called before the board in Pennsylvania. That's what he's referring to here. But this is just Jamal trying to get into good graces. He quickly flips the script later on. Anyway,
the sad part about this is, what does it say about you all that you would feel that you would have to have some type of recourse in the event that he's lying?
Yeah,
so that you can validate, continue to support and follow him.
He ain't make no sense. Just running his mouth.
As a result of him lying.
He do.
Think about
He really does.
One thing I know is leadership does not need anybody to support it for anything that's not good. Either it's good leadership or it's bad leadership.
All right, anyway, let me put this other one.
Our kids accountable, to be treated with respect, and not to let them think that they can keep doing it and there's not going to be any accountability. We've all made mistakes. We've all hopefully sought some apology for that mistake. But don't ever let your child make you think that because of your human feelings, that they have the right to treat you like a dog. And if you do, then believe me, that dog will bite you one day. So one thing to do with a rabid dog, get rid of it. And that's rabid, whether in mental, spiritual, or psychological. You gotta put it down. And if that means to cast them out of your life, that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. I love all of my children. But God knows, and I say that sincerely, when I feel threatened, when I feel extremely hurt, and I know it's intentional, when I feel extremely disrespected, and I know it's intentional, there's only one recourse. They're dead to me.
No justification for that whatsoever. Okay, but it's no different than how Umar be talking crazy about his daughter when he was going in on her. Right, just levels of dysfunction. And I'm not making any excuses for Umar, but I just recognize it that he was raised in this. Many of us were raised in dysfunction. It's still not no excuse. You know what I'm saying? It's no excuse. But like I said, Jamal should have kept his fucking mouth closed. And I'm saying that's someone who's raising my kids. I don't got all these baby mamas out here and kids all over the place. And I'm out doing my thing in the military while all these children are all over the place. They have to figure out a way to make it. No, I don't think so. Jamal, just an old fool, no wisdom whatsoever. And yeah, you should have got your ass off of social media. You shouldn't have been on there in the first place. No self-awareness either. You should have known better at your age. All right, let's get back to it. Well, listen, the thing is, there's no justification for it. There's none. Just like there's no justification for Umar treating his daughter like that. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get the mentality of a man who was going to get these women pregnant out here and then go live their best life like Umar's doing now and his daddy was doing for a long time and be absent and then try to come in on the back end to try to criticize Umar. See, that's part of the problem. See, and then they getting out on the streets talking about stop killing us and we need to stop it and bullhorning buildings and walking on the, that's to pull up those videos. It's just ridiculous. Spent your whole life impregnating these women up all over here and not being a father to most of them kids, abandoning these women up out of here. Then all of a sudden you want to be some sort of a grassroots leader. Just goofy, straight up goofy. Anyway, Lewis Suck says, Umar does have a point in this sense. You weren't there in my formative years. Now you come around inserting yourself in my life and not calling me. Yeah. Yeah. And I get that. I get that. And again, I'm not a defender of Umar. You guys know that. People were saying yesterday that I'm mean to him. I've been thinking about it. I'm going to try to be nicer. I really am. I'm going to try to be nicer to Umar. I'm at least going to try. He makes it difficult, but I'm going to try. But I'm not a defender of Umar, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And what Jamal did, and he did it consistently, you know, and then he tries to come in on the back end with this situation with Umar and his daughter. See, but all this all of this dysfunction is predicated on decisions that, Umar made, but also decisions that Jamal made. See, if Jamal was there to teach Umar how to be a man, he's still not a man. He's 50. If Jamal taught Umar how to be a man, but you got to be present there. Otherwise, just don't just keep your mouth closed. That's the point. See, Umar never was raised into a man. He's a mama's boy. He's still a mama's boy. He ain't got a job. He ain't got a car. He's still scamming on this school scam. He got all these baby mamas out here. Don't take care of none of his kids. Living inside his mama closet. The same mama that Jamal impregnated, 5 times and then abandons that family and then got the nerve to come in on the back end and try to, no. That's just not right. It's wrong. He should have kept his mouth closed from the beginning. He shouldn't have came out to speak about Umar, supportive or otherwise, on the internet, clout chasing off of his own son. And then here we are in 2025, him trying to come out to try to get Umar Johnson's daughter, Jamal's granddaughter, his own granddaughter, get her to shut up about telling the truth about Umar. Well, Jamal, if you were there to raise Umar in the first place, raise him into a man, and so he's not out here like a male hoe impregnating all these women and running through all these women with the bumpity bump on his lip, then maybe it wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. How about that? Yeah, don't get me going. It's just ridiculous. It really is so backwards. I mean, that in and of itself, the father-son relationship that is exhibited by those two, it just speaks to everything that's wrong when it comes to young black men being raised without their fathers and how that cycle can perpetuate itself over time. Anyway, I don't mean to go off. Thanks, Lewis. Look, and I have plenty of videos of Jamal, him running his mouth for different reasons. He should have never done that. Just shouldn't have done it. Then he's a bugaboo too. You know, I'll be doing a live stream and here he pop up. I had him on too. I had him on a couple of times. I was asking questions. He started dodging questions, you know, like how Umar does. And one time they interviewed me for this. They had me radio show interview podcast talking about Umar, and guess who shows up? Jamal. Big old bugaboo. Anyway, I'm done now. I promise. Sharif says, just call him Fat Daddy Grace. I ain't gonna call him that. I'm not gonna do Umar like that. That's wrong. Thanks, Sharif, and thanks for a second as well. Okay, did I get to everyone? I think I got to everyone. Okay, let's get going because we got it. I want to try to get through this in 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. Thanks everyone for tuning on. And there is a poll question as well. I apologize for going off, but it just doesn't sit well with me because I have sons, I have daughters. That's not what, and I know Umar's grown. I get that. I understand that. But still, you know. The poll question today is, when Umar puts on his wig, who does he look like? Frederick Douglass, Cat Williams, Patti LaBelle, or a damn fool. Okay, 50% said Frederick Douglass, 4% said Cat Williams, 9% say Patti LaBelle, and 73% said a damn fool. I'm gonna go with Cat Williams. I'm just playing. I'm gonna go with the damn fool. Okay, 73%. Get your vote in. We got about 500 votes already. Let me check the likes. Our goal is always 500 likes. I think we're at 175. Okay. If everyone who's watching right now hit that like button, we should be able to get to 500. Okay. Hopefully we'll get to it by the time we get done with this live stream. All right, let's keep going here. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. A lot of people voted a damn who. Okay, here we go.
5 o'clock. I will speak at 3 o'clock. From 2 o'clock until 5 o'clock. I will speak at 3 o'clock tomorrow at the Dimensions Barber and Beauty Salon. Dimensions Barber and Beauty Supply, 1136 Franklin Avenue in Gretna, Louisiana. 1136 Franklin Avenue in Gretna, Louisiana. 1136 Franklin Avenue in Gretna, Louisiana, tomorrow, Sunday, June 8th. You don't need tickets, it's free. You don't need tickets, New Orleans, it's free. You don't need tickets, Baton Rouge, Lafayette. It's absolutely free. Pull up tomorrow, Sunday, June 8th, 2 to 5. It's going to be a celebration, a block party, discount sale. Ladies, come get your beauty products, your natural hair products. Brothers, come get your beard oil so you can keep your beard looking Shango-licious like King Kong. Brothers, come get your beard oil. Come get your beard oil tomorrow at the Dimensions Barber and Beauty Supply so you can keep your beard looking Shango-licious like King Kong consciousness. For more information about tomorrow's grand reopening block party of the Dimensions Barber and Beauty Supply, you can call 713-502-0403. 713-502-0403. All right, fellas. Yo, Kappa Brothers, you on my Instagram. Give a shout out.
Yo.
All right. That was the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Shout out to the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Shout out to the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. I think they have their convention here today. They got something going on here. Shout out to the Kappas. Shout out to the Qs. Shout out to the Sigmas, the Alphas, the Iotas. Shout out to the Deltas, the a.k.a.s, the SG Rolls, and the Zeta Phi Betas. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Extra 5, extra thick, but we must stay focused. We must stay focused.
There you go. You always got to take it here. What's up, Stars? You always got to take it there.
Must stay focused. So today, I want to see all my Michigan Africans. Today, I want to see all my Michigan Africans at the Riverside Art Center. Doors open up at 1 o'clock. Program from 2 until 6 o'clock. King Kong will speak at 3 o'clock. Come get a copy of my book, even if you can't stay. PayPal, Apple Pay, Zelle, Venmo, or credit card. Come get a copy of my book. I said Apple Pay, PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, or credit card. Come on out and get a copy of the book today, Michigan Africans. Gretna, Louisiana tomorrow. Where my Chicago Africans at? Chicago, I'm going to see you Tuesday, June 10th, the day Marcus Garvey joined the ancestors. Chicago, I'm going to see you Tuesday, June 10th. Doors open up at 6 o'clock at the Jacob Carruthers Center for Inner City Studies. Chicago, Illinois, Tuesday, June 10th. Doors open up at 6 o'clock at the Jacob Carruthers Center for Inner City Studies, 700 East Oakwood Boulevard. Where my Chicago Africans at?
Yeah, if y'all can hit the like button, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
700 East Oakwood Boulevard. Where my Chicago Africans at? 700 East Oakwood Boulevard, Tuesday, June 10th. And then Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio. Where my Cleveland? Bone Thugs and Black Power. I said, where my Cleveland Africans at? Bone Thugs and Black Power. I'm going to see my Cleveland Africans Thursday, June 12th, 5 until 8. Cleveland Africans, Thursday, June 12th, 5 until 8. At the Uptown Ultra Sports Lounge. At the Uptown Ultra Sports Lounge in Cleveland, 23333 Aurora Road in Bedford Heights. That is the Uptown Ultra Sports Lounge, 23333 Aurora Road in Bedford Heights, Cleveland, Ohio, Thursday, June 12th, 5 to 8, King Kong.
Okay, so that's the first one. Let's go right to the second one. I want to get through this quick. Here we go.
Excuse me.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar. Ifa Tunde Ogun Tade. Brothers and sisters, as I prepare to head on over to the Riverside Art Center here in Ypsilanti, as I prepare to head over to the Riverside Art Center here in Ypsilanti, Michigan, 76 Huron Street, for the second day of our most important.
It seems like the same video. Let me check one real quick. Hold on a second.
5. It's going to
Come on, Umar, say something.
Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism.
Oh no, this is a different one. See that rubbing on his nose? Yep, this is a different one. Here we go.
Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar. Ifa Tunde Oguntade. Brothers and sisters, as I prepare to head on over to the Riverside Arts Center here in Ypsilanti, as I prepare to head over to the Riverside Arts Center here in Ypsilanti, Michigan, 76 Huron Street, for the second day of our most important Black Community Mental Health Conference. I will speak at 4 o'clock. Inkster Africans, Detroit Africans, Highland Park Africans, Ypsilanti Africans, Pontiac Africans, Romulus Africans, make your way on over to Ypsilanti, Michigan. Powerful conversation today on the state of mental health. Brothers and sisters, I want to say this. One of the reasons that we are losing as a race in this struggle for liberation against white supremacy, one of the reasons we are losing in this race in our struggle against white supremacy for liberation has to do with the fact that we are suffering from spiritual genocide.
What is he talking about?
Spiritual genocide. Spiritual genocide. We have a lot of religion. We have a lot of religion. We have a lot of religion, but we don't have a lot of righteousness. We don't thirst for righteousness. I'm not talking about dogma. It don't matter if you're Christian or Muslim. I'm not talking about dogma. It don't.
Yeah, this is just Umar. He ain't got nothing else to do, nothing else to talk about. So he just coming up with something. Don't even make no sense.
Don't matter if you Nation of Islam or God and Earth. I'm not talking about dogma.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's just talking in circles.
It has nothing to do if you're a Nawapian or a Moor. I'm not talking about brands, titles, and labels. I'm not talking about brands, titles, and labels. I'm talking about the process. The process.
Yeah, messing with that nose.
In the lifestyle of redemptive spirituality. I'm talking about the process and the lifestyle of redemptive spirituality. I'm not talking about a spirituality that accuses and judges other people while not looking at your own faults.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not talking about a spirituality that judges and accuses other Africans while not looking at your own faults. I'm talking about a non-denominational, spiritual, striving and thriving for the redemption of the soul. We as African people, we need.
I have one. I did. I have one.
That. Because we are suffocating from our idol worship. We worship white culture. We worship white lifestyle. We worship white cars, white communities. Anything the oppressor does, we want to do it. There's no way you can be on the side of the Almighty. There is no way you can be on the side of the Almighty while imitating your oppressor. Those two things cannot go together. They cannot go. You cannot be an imitation of your oppressor and claim to be a soldier in the Lord's army. Those two things cannot mutually exist.
The Lord's army? What are you talking about? The Lord's army?
They can't coexist, brothers and sisters. See, the reason African people are not receiving
listen, Umar, he really does. He has a forked tongue. He really does. Talking about the Lord's army.
Divine intervention. There's a reason we don't get divine intervention. And the reason we do not get divine intervention is we are suffocating in a cloud of sin and idol worship, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, that's right. He's just talking about himself. That's all he is. Trying to put it on all black people. Yeah.
Our prayers cannot get up to heaven because they are being suffocated by a cloud of sin and idol worship. You are the reason your prayers are not being heard at the realm of the Almighty.
Yeah, Umar, he need money. That's all this comes down to.
We are at war with our own soul. Our flesh is warring against our soul.
What are you talking about?
Our flesh is warring against.
How does this King Kong Pookie bandana wearing clown get up here talking like this? I don't get it.
Our soul. And we got a nerve to try to act like we win in the war for the salvation of our spirit, and we are losing that war, brothers and sisters. You at the nightclub shaking your ass Saturday night, and then
here he go. Here he go. I got videos of him at the club.
You go to church Sunday morning and think it's all good. You at the nightclub shaking your ass Saturday, and then you go to church Sunday morning and you think it's all good. Stop worrying about the saliva, my brother. Why are you all in my mouth?
Oh my God. What in the world? He up here talking about the Lord. Now he talking about saliva. What's going on?
It's all good. Stop worrying about the saliva, my brother. Why are you all in my mouth?
He's so sassy with his all this. He's just sassy.
Are you a beta male? Are you a rainbow ganger? Why are you all up in my mouth, my brother?
Umar, stop talking like this. Don't tell another brother why you all up in my mouth. Umar, don't do that. Come on, that's too far. Why would you say that?
Are you a beta male? Are you a rainbow ganger? Why are you all up in my mouth, my brother?
Oh my God. That's just too much. Let's go.
Are you under a zesty spell, my brother?
There you go.
Are you under a spicy spell? Why are you all up in my mouth? Because I'm not worrying about what's coming out of another man's mouth. That's why we need them testosterone tablets.
You always say
that's why we need them testosterone tablets. Too much beta. Too much zest. Too much spice. Too much beta. Too much zest. Too much spice. All right, King. Good to see you, man. Black power. Yes, sir. All day, every day. Appreciate you.
Poor Umar.
So where was I? I'm not saying you are a sinner because you're going to the nightclub. I'm not saying you're a sinner because you're going to the nightclub. I don't judge nobody. I judge myself. I don't judge other people. I judge myself. I judge you politically. I will never judge you morally or personally because only God can see all 360 degrees of your life.
I can't believe he said
I don't
that.
judge people because only the Almighty can see all 360 degrees of your life. I judge you politically, what you do and don't do for the people. I don't judge your personals. That's none of my business.
Okay, so no, he judges everything. I mean, it's amazing that this guy is talking like that. It's crazy.
I can't see all 360 degrees of your life. All I'm saying is, we as American Africans, continental Africans, Caribbean Africans, Africans in Asia, South Pacific, Canadian, Australian, North and South American Africans, we have created this contradiction that we live with, where we can engage in sinful behavior. And because we go to church, or because we go to Friday Juma, or because we go to the Hebrew temple, or wherever you go for worship, you think you're good because you followed up negativity with positivity.
Now, didn't Umar say that, you know, he's not going to judge people for going to the club and stuff? Well, maybe he forgot about this.
had a fat ass. Shut up. Hey, you know what's funny? When I'm in the line, I can't look at their ass because all the guys is looking to see if I'm going to look at their ass. So I can't even get a look at it.
No, you can look at their ass. Why you can't look at her ass?
Not appropriate.
Wait, so you put somebody watching to see what you going to look at?
All the dudes watching, when the girls come in the line, they're looking for you.
So what?
And I wanted to see her ass, but I couldn't look.
You can look.
Where is he? He's in the club. That's where he's at. See? I got plenty of videos of him in the club.
Oh yeah, that was cute.
All right, there you have it. He said something too on this.
Let's be honest. We ain't ready for it either. We got some stuff we got to do because slavery has taught us to sexually objectify the black woman's body. So when we see a black woman, we don't see a queen, we see boobs, we see breasts, we see hips. That's what slavery did to us. So we have to de-objectify the black woman's body. Like people often say, like the children in school, they say, Dr. Umar, in Africa, do the women walk around with their breasts out? I say, yeah, some places they do. Most places they cover it up though. They say, well, ain't that kind of nasty? Ain't that? I say, no, because the breasts are not for sex. Breasts are for feeding children. But the European objectify the black woman's whole body. And so now the breasts are now sexual. When before breast was about life. Okay? The buttocks was never sexual. But
the buttocks.
It is now. So you have to look at the perversion that has taken place amongst us as a result of slavery. Damn, she had a fat ass. Shut up. Hey, you know what's funny? When I'm in the line, I can't look at their ass because all the guys is looking to see if I'm going to look at their ass. So I can't even get a look at it.
No, you can look at their ass. Why you can't look at her ass?
Not appropriate.
Wait, so you put somebody watching to see what you going to look at?
All the dudes watching, when the girls come in the line, they're looking for you.
So what?
And I wanted to see her ass, but I couldn't look. The buttocks was never sexual, but it is now. So you have to look at the perversion that has taken place amongst us as a result of slavery.
Let's get back to it.
Think you good because you in with a little bit of sanctity. It don't work that way, brothers and sisters. It don't work that way at all. If you have somehow made a relationship with sinful behavior, if you have somehow made a relationship with sinful behavior, you can't be in the Lord's army, brothers and sisters.
Who are you to say that in the first place? You see what I'm saying? I mean, he's pork tongue. Okay, it's like a Sith Lord. But Umar, how are you going to tell someone else that they can't or can be inside of the Lord's armor? Who are you in the first place? I'm trying to tell y'all.
Yes, we will commit sin. We human, but you don't make peace with sin. You're supposed to make war with sin. You don't make peace with sin. You're supposed to make war with sin, and we got brothers and sisters making peace with sin. It's okay for me to cheat on my wife. It's okay for me to
What are you talking about?
cheat on my husband. It's okay for me to rob, steal, kill, shoot, deceive people.
Yep.
As long as I follow it up with some worship. It don't work that way, family. It don't work that way. We got to do better than that. The flesh is weak. The spirit is weak. The flesh is strong. You got to build your spirit up.
I gotta say it sounds like Satan talking to him. That's what it sounds like. I don't mean to go there. I ain't gonna do it again, but I just I'm gonna say it one more time. It sounds like Satan talking to him. He's forked tongue.
It don't work that way, family. It don't work that way. We got to do better than that. The flesh is weak. The spirit is weak. The flesh is strong. You got to build your spirit up. You have to build your spiritual strength. You got to build your ashe. The flesh is strong. It is through the 5 senses that every sin reaches you. It is through the 5 senses. It is through the 5 senses. Taste, touch, sound, sight.
Sniffing, smell.
Hearing.
Oh, okay. All right.
Uncle L.
What's going on?
You get in that car, that sciatica flare up.
It is through the 5 senses of taste, touch, sight, sound, and smell that we commit sin.
Now
you could not commit sin except for your 5 senses. So you have to discipline your 5 senses, brothers and sisters. Brothers,
that's what I'm saying. He's so forked tongue. He says the flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing. Oh no, that sounds like what he was gonna say. The flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing. Amen. So you guys got to watch out with these kinds of people. That's these great deceivers.
You got to discipline your eyes. You got to discipline your gaze.
Discipline your eyes, but weren't you just talking about fat? Anyway, Barry says, I've said it before, Umar has to inject his carnal desires and fantasies into every video. And he does. He does. We were talking about this yesterday, and I don't know if this is, it seems as if this is the case now, at least to me. And that is that when Umar is in really bad, when he's in a bad situation, dire straits, the money's not coming in like he's in right now. He doesn't have the money to not only live his life, being able to rent hotels and motel rooms, but he doesn't have the money coming in so that he can get the substance that he needs in order to keep going on in life, if you catch my drift. So one of the things I'm noticing is that when he gets into these modes and money's drying up, he's scratching at the bottom of the barrel. He starts giving these little snake sermons like he's some a man of God talking about God's army and all this stuff. But he ain't nothing but a mouthpiece for Satan. Real talk. I don't mean to be talking like that, but that's really what it is. He's forked tongue. He gets to that's why he's doing this, because he has to figure out some way to get back into the good graces of black people, so they send him money. And that's another thing we notice is that he starts trying to sell books again. He don't even talk about these books like he used to, but because the money's low and the money's getting funny, then he has to try to slang these books, which he's doing now these days. But Barry, it appears to me he does it frequently though. He starts talking carnal desires, freak off type of talk. But what I've noticed is that when he's in this type of situation, when the money's really, really dry, that's when he goes so far overboard with the sex talk, and it becomes extreme perversion. It's all in him. It's not like he doesn't talk that way, at other times. It's just that when things get really, really difficult, especially financially, for some reason, Umar, he resorts back to this mode where everything has to be turned back around to sex. I mean, I don't know if it was this video or the previous video, but he was talking about the a.k.a.s and all this stuff, and then he starts to, all that. It's still so unnecessary. Why does he do that? Okay, well, part of it is that Umar, he has the propensity to inject his carnal desires and fantasies into every single video. It's just a matter of degree. I just think right now he's in a mode where he's doing it more frequently, and it's just more egregious, the types of things that he's saying. It borders on freak off talk, but that's Umar. We can even ask the question, Barry, why would black people want to support someone who even thinks like that and talks like that, let alone want to support him to open up a school for black children? You see what I'm saying? I mean, it makes no sense to me. But again, when you have these slick talking, forked tongues, Decepticon type people, like Sauron from Lord of the Rings or Rings of Power, when you have them all on the scene, there's black people, they see him totally different. They don't even see what is so clear and that's in plain sight. They don't even see it. And a red flag for anyone, especially if you have children, is when you have someone like Umar who's 50, who's online, and he's always has to inject some sort of sex freak off type of talk into whatever he's talking about. That should be a red flag, right? In and of itself, no one should ever support someone like that, period. Okay. But again, Umar, he's a great deceiver. He's deceived so many people. Not us. Okay. Thanks, Barry, for the super chat. Yeah, I remember you said that. It was a couple of months ago, more than a couple of months ago, and here we are. He does it all the time, but right now, for some reason, he's doing it way too much, over the top. Yesterday's live stream was another example of it. He was talking crazy. Here we go.
You know that woman married? You can't be looking at her curves, my brother. You know you married. You can't be looking at that sister center buns. You can't be checking out.
Here he go. Even the terminology he uses. Here he go.
Her ice cream cones, my brother, you can't do that.
Oh, God.
Sanctify your eyeballs, Negro. Sanctify your eyeballs. You got to...
She had a fat ass.
Hear that?
Damn, she had a fat ass. 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 Shut up. Fat ass. Fat ass. Fat ass. Fat ass. Shut up. Hey, you know what's funny? When I'm in the line, I can't look at their ass because all the guys is looking at me and I'm going to look at their ass. So I can't even get a look at it.
No, you can look at their ass. Why you can't look at her ass?
Not appropriate.
Wait, so you...
And these women in here co-signing this foolishness. It's crazy. Y'all heard the remix. DJ LenonHonor on the ones and twos. What's up, Brooklyn Berry? What's up, Brooklyn? What's up, Brooklyn Berry? Yeah.
All the dudes watching, when the girls come in the line, they're looking for you.
So what?
And I wanted to see her ass, but I couldn't look. Her ass, but I couldn't look. To see her ass, but I couldn't see her ass. And I wanted to see her ass, but I wanted to see her ass, but I wanted to see her ass, but I couldn't. And I wanted to see her ass, but I couldn't look.
That's stupid. You can look. Why you have to? What? Oh yeah, that was cute.
Damn, she had a fat ass. Damn, she had a fat ass. Damn, she had a fat ass. Damn, she had a fat ass.
All right. Well, he's so forked, huh? The Spike Spiegel says Creeper tuned that. Yeah, he's perverted. He's really perverted. I mean, what really bogs my mind, because his behavior it's indicative of that. Everything is about sex, but I get all that. But the fact that he has the audacity to live stream himself talking like that, and he knows it's live stream, because there's times where he's live streaming, he didn't know he was live streaming, like when they was smoking something inside of the abandoned buildings. He didn't know that it was still live streaming, and he self-exposed to show that he's on that stuff. Okay, he did that. He self-exposed, but in that situation, he did not know that he was live streaming. In this situation, he live streams and he looks at himself inside of his phone and sees himself that it's live streaming, and then proceeds to live stream it and share it. What ended up happening is he took it down shortly after that. But by that time, this is in 2021. I actually screenshotted it. Yeah, I think did I screen share it? I may have downloaded. I think I may have downloaded. I just downloaded it real quick, and no one else, to my knowledge, had downloaded that video, and I showed it back in 2021. And then here he is in 2025 talking like this, but he has a whole history of just a perverted individual, perverted. Thanks, the Spike Spiegel. A Highway 20 Skinny says that club in the background is at FDMG. No, I have a lot of videos of Umar at the club. So I think it depends on what city he goes to. I know in Atlanta he does this a lot. He have a speaking engagement in Atlanta, and then afterwards they'll go out to the club. Okay, and sometimes every once in a while Umar he'll actually he'll live stream himself at the club. And then in a recent video that we watched, I think it was earlier today, it might have been yesterday, but earlier today, he talks about how, I think it was yesterday, he talks about he doesn't go to the club. No, he goes to the club. Okay? I don't think he's up there dancing or anything like that. He's more like hanging out, eating, chilling, trying to find a woman to crush cookies. See? All right. Thanks, Highway to Skinny. Yeah, I wouldn't be DJing for FDMG. I would never do anything like that because, anyway, let's keep going. Here we go.
Against the sight. You can't do that. Sanctify your eyeballs, Negro. Sanctify your eyeballs. You got to declare war against the sight that sins.
The sight
or the
that
smell.
Sins.
Black sisters, you might smell an African king and say, my goodness. And you want to commit sin with that married man. You can't do that, sister. You got to discipline your smell.
What? What is he talking about? And why are you coming up with these types of scenarios? He don't never come up with no scenarios that's wholesome. Yeah, you and your wife, you've been together for such and such time, and you want to you guys make love. Yeah, but he don't talk like that. And you want to go back to the back of the bus, or maybe you want to go back behind. You want to go back behind the McDonald's parking lot with a man that's married and just smelling on him, and he's smelling real good. Whoa, bro, what are you doing? And he's smelling real good, and you want to just say, Umar, don't do that. He don't never give no host, like a committed relationship type. Everything got to be some P. Diddy freak off type stuff. I'm sorry. Excuse me too, y'all. There we go.
Or you might hear some music that motivates you to engage in sin. You got to fight off that.
What music he talking about?
In that touch. Get your hormones going. Get the testosterone and the estrogen. You got to discipline the touch, brothers and sisters.
The touch?
It is only through the five senses.
You see Umar start rubbing on the side console and shit. You see him? He was rubbing on that door. He said that touch. When he mad, his legs started shaking. His right leg started shaking and shit. Like that one guy, they be doing them skits. And he'd be live streaming, not live streaming, but he'd be doing these pranks on people in the store. Anyway.
In that touch. Get your hormones going. Get the testosterone and the estrogen. You got to discipline the touch, brothers and sisters. It is only through the five senses that the devil can get you.
Oh, here you go.
It is only through the five senses that the devil can get you.
Yeah, sorry, Carrie. I'm sorry, Carrie. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. We're keeping hope alive. Hey, Lenon. Lenon, it's been about 10 years. Is the school open yet? I haven't seen you in a while. It's been about 10 years, but I'm sorry, ma'am, but it's not open yet. We're still waiting, family. We're still waiting.
Taste, touch, sight, smell,
and cooch. That's really what he wants to do.
And hearing. And once that sensory information goes into your brain, your mind starts playing tricks on your soul.
What? Your mind starts playing tricks on your soul? What is he talking about? How much of his support comes from him calling himself Dr. Umar? If he was a regular old Jermaine Shoemake from Philly, would people pay attention? That's a good question. I think some people would still pay attention, but the doctor gives him credibility, even though he got that doctorate. They gave it to him under duress. I should pull up the video. He explains how he got kicked out from PCOM. Matter of fact, let me see if I could. I'll see if I have it, because I may not have typed it out yet. But let me see if I have it in my notes too, where I can pick it out real quick. Which document I'm looking for here? Timeline. Okay. So PCOM. Yeah, here it is right here. This is the video from 2013. So I'm gonna pull it up in just a second. But it gives him credibility. It's not that he's operating as a doctor. He's not He's not a school psychologist. He's not a school principal or a vice principal. He's not a therapist, as he claims that he's none of those things. But just the title alone, it gives him more credibility. Furthermore, the Umar part of it kind of fits within the scope of the Black conscious space. Umar, I mean, I guess Johnson doesn't quite work, but Umar Johnson, the idea of Umar instead of Jermaine Shoemake. Understand, if it was Jermaine Shoemake with no doctor in front of the name, Umar's influence wouldn't be what it is today. Okay, that's for sure. Was people probably still watching? Probably, but not like nearly to the degree that people watching now. But because he has the doctor and then he has Umar, and that just ties to this idea and notion, that when you come into Black consciousness, somehow you're enlightened. And a lot of people change their names. A lot of people think that it's people change their names because they're awakening, whatever. No, there's a lot of people who change their names because they have a criminal record in the Black conscious space. Let's be real about that. I can run down a list of people. But this is a good question. I don't think as many people would pay attention to old Jermaine Shoemake from Philly without the doctor attached to his name and without Umar being attached to his name either. See, if his name was Dr. Shoemake, I don't really think so. See, we can even extend this to like if Umar didn't wear the dashikis, would people? No, I don't think so. See, the dashikis is another part of this. A part of this. It's part of his persona. It's a scam too, because it's really not who he is. It's not who he is. It's just a persona that he puts on. So yeah, this is a really good question. In my opinion, if he didn't have the doctorate in front of his name, I think he would have lacked a lot of credibility, and people gave him credibility unnecessarily simply because he had that title. Let me pull this video up, Lou, now that you're mentioning this, because as Umar explained, he actually tells quite a few stories. I'm just going to bring up one video because I have other videos where he explains this even further, but this I have to do for now. We're going to go to 2013. This is from September 14th. Let me make sure I have it inside. And which one is this? Oh, it's in the World Beat Center. So this is the one. I've played this quite a few times, but I have him talking about this more in other videos. And what I'm looking for is this is at the 3 hour, 24 minute and 56 second mark. Yeah, let me pull this up for you guys. Check this out. So 3 hour, 24 minute. We'll start right here.
I just can't pick you out in San Diego. It's always agents. Wherever I go, there's an agent.
Yeah, the volume is a little bit low, so if you guys can bear with me, I appreciate it. Here we go.
They could be black, they could be white. Y'all here, but I just can't pick you out in San Diego. It's always agents. Wherever I go, there's an agent.
Let me skip right to the part. Here we go.
Say, who the hell let him through the system? He wasn't supposed to get no damn doctor. I snuck in the back door because I know how to play that game. I put on my three-piece suit. I go to the interview. Yes, sir. I'm here to study clinical psychology. I mean, I love Sigmund Freud. I absolutely love him. And then, like my third year in my doctorate program, some Negro, some house Negro, told the chair of the psychology department who I was. She said, go to youtube.com said, type his name in. You have no idea who. And once they saw me on YouTube, it was over. They tried to kick me out, throw me out. But I just graduated last summer, July 2012. They didn't want to give me my degree.
You see what he's saying here? And it's corroborated. He tells another story like this. They didn't want to give him the degree, so then why did they give him the degree? But watch this.
So this is what I had to tell him. I had to get gangster. I said, listen, I paid a lot of money to go through this program. I've been here 8 years. Y'all don't like me, and I don't like y'all. But if I leave here without my degree, I'm not leaving quietly. Y'all have a nice day. Next thing you know, we had a meeting to talk about our differences, and my ass graduated. Because I swear, if I wasn't getting my paper, I was going to put them YouTube, ZooTube, every tube I could find, Urban League, NAACP, every black newspaper in the country. I was going to blast their asses if I didn't get mine. And they knew it. So they said, you got to let him out because he's more trouble than he's worth. Just get go, Abdullah. Abdullah, go. You should have saw when I walked across the stage to get my doctorate. Now you walk up, you should have saw their face like this. They didn't even want to give me the damn paper. I got it. My grandma in the audience, I got it. I'm not against formal education, but please don't send your kids to college if you know they ain't got the discipline.
Let me give you one other example that I pulled up here, and this is from 2019. He was in Newark. We're going to go to the 57-minute and 20-second mark.
Dr. Umar is coming out now.
Diagnosis in black boys. And they said, oh, hell no. So I had to do it on something else. And they gave me a black dissertation chair. The 2004 cohort. Only Negro bleeding in my underarms. And they called me back. And I went back. And they said, congratulations. You will be in the 2004 cohort. Only Negro in the cohort. So then everything went well for 4 years. And then it was time to work on our dissertation. And I wanted to do my dissertation on the relationship between ADHD misdiagnosis and black boys. And they said, oh, hell no. So I had to do it on something else. And they gave me a black dissertation chair, the coon. And guess what she did? She told the white folks who I really was. She went to a meeting and she said, do y'all know who that is? They said, who? Umar, he's harmless. She said, no, he. Type his name in YouTube. And all the videos popped up. Next thing you know, I got a letter talking about we suspended you from the program. And then I said, oh, hell no. So when I walked in the next time, I came in as me. I'm not going nowhere. Y'all gonna give me my damn paper or I'm gonna make y'all famous. And they had a meeting. And they said, let him go. Because he's not worth all the problems he caused. And I graduated. That's how I got out. See, you don't have to be smart to get your doctorate. You just gotta act like a coon. A black person who goes out of their way to love what white folks say, you will get your PhD and you could be dumb as hell. Yes. So it was hell to get my doctorate. But guess what? I had to play the spook that sat by the door because I don't know too many black psychologists who stand up for our children the way that I do. And I'm not tooting my horn. But you know why you don't see black psychologists in Newark? Y'all got a lot of them. Why they don't be talking like Dr. Umar? Why they don't be telling y'all
Because they're not crazy. And let me give you one more. I got plenty of other examples of him telling the story. Let me give you one more, though. This was when he was in New York. And then we'll get back on track here. All right, here we go.
Are raising your son to be the exact type of man that you would never want to marry yourself. Tell me I'm wrong. I run across spoiled black boys every day. You can't spoil no black boy. Don't you know you got to work twice as hard to get half as much? Do you know what them devils did to me when I was working on my doctorate? They kicked me out the program, had to fight to get back in. They tried to sabotage my dissertation. Somebody sent them to YouTube and it was really over. They saw me on that cool Roland Martin show. Oh, Daffy Duck sounding ass. But anyway, as I wrap up this segment, because I'm coming back, and I'm gonna do a segment just for the ladies today, called For Sisters Only. I'm gonna do that today. So ladies, you don't want to leave. In fact, I'm gonna leave it up to Aura if she want me to do that in my next segment or my last segment. Aurora, the next segment or the last segment. But let me close with a quote.
All right. I have a couple of other ones that where he tells the story. But this just ties to what Louis Stuck was bringing up here. And thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. User 2255 says he's right, just not in the way he thinks. Okay, yeah, I'm not even quite sure what part you're referring to because I'm so behind. It might have been earlier. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, let's get going here because I want to try to get this all done in the next 20 minutes. Here we go. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in too. If you're enjoying the show, go ahead and hit that like button. Here we go.
Make up your mind. Is your spirit going to run your life or is your flesh going to run your life? You only got two choices. I don't care if you're a Muslim, Christian, Hebrew, African traditionalist, as I am, Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witness, Nation of Islam, God and Earth, more Nawapian. Either your spirit is going to run your life or your flesh. That's it. That's it. Spirit or flesh. That's it. And if we as black people don't wake up, the Almighty will let this white man destroy us. The Almighty will let this brown man destroy us. The Almighty will let this yellow man destroy us if we don't get it together. When am I getting married? Who's asking, a male or female?
Here we go.
Because I don't want no man worrying about when I'm getting married. Was that a brother or a sister? I don't know why y'all love my personal business. So what is it about me that you Negroes love my personal life so much? Somebody help me out. Y'all think I get all the women, don't you? I don't get all the women, my brothers. And I don't want all the women because women are trouble. Women can be messy. Women can be manipulative. Women can be vengeful. Women can be underhanding. They can be beautiful. They can be righteous. They can be just. But you got to take the bad with the good. So I'm not out here stirring honey pots with my Shango stick. I'm trying to grow beyond that. I'm not out here stirring honey pots with my Shango stick.
Here you go.
I'm trying to grow beyond that. I'm not out here stirring honey pots with my Shango stick. I'm trying to get beyond that. But my brothers, we have to be an example of righteousness to the young men. We have to be an example of righteousness to the young men.
Yeah, but Umar, you're definitely not. All right? You're definitely, yeah, Josh, he's dry snitching. But excuse me, but I've been telling people that he's been living like this for a long time.
We have to be an example of righteousness to the young men. Black queens, Afro queens, you got to be an example of righteousness to the young princesses. You have to be an example of righteousness to the young princesses because of a 12-year-old girl see her 60-year-old grandma shaking her ass on Instagram.
What are you talking about? A 6-year-old? Come on now, Umar. He always got to go with these extreme situations, but it's still freak off type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hit the one. Maybe I'm tripping.
If a 12-year-old girl sees her 60-year-old grandma shaking her Cinnabons on Instagram, she's going to think that part of being a black woman is objectifying yourself on white-owned social media. We got to wake up and get up. We got to stand up and push up. You understand? Righteousness. We all fall short. But you can't keep repeating the same mistake.
It seemed like something happened, don't it? While he was wherever he was at in this video. That's what it sounded like to me. Something happened, and he's scared that somebody going to tell the business of him sexually exploiting somebody up over there. And so Umar got to get on here and talk all this forked tongue, Satan trying to be in God's army talk. That's what it sounds like to me.
Mistakes over and over again, because that shows that there has been no spiritual growth. You keep making the same mistakes over and over again, that means there has been no spiritual growth. I ain't got no problems with Saquon Snow Bunny Barkley. I think he's the best running back in the NFL. That's my brother. I respect my brother. I disagree with his decision to marry out the race. Obviously, I don't tolerate that. You want me to pop in, Al?
Yeah, he really be struggling. He got an issue going on with that hip. Someone said it's probably sciatica, but notice how he says, I don't have a problem with that, as if him having a problem with it or not really matters. Again, this is another example of Umar. He thinks his opinion matters in every way. And everyone should consider what his opinion is when it really doesn't matter. What's up, Uncle Joe? Uncle Joe became a member. Thank you so much.
So I just disagree with him politically. We can disagree without being disagreeable. We can disagree without being disagreeable. We can disagree without being disagreeable. But I'm at the Riverside Art Center right now, so I got to go. I'm at the Riverside Art Center. Ypsilanti pull up, Detroit pull up, Pontiac, Inkster, Romulus, Highland Park, Flint. King Kong is here. Pull up, 76 Huron Street. We're going to be here at 6, 7 o'clock talking about mental health, mental illness, spiritual rehabilitation, peace, and Pan Africanism.
All right. If you guys don't mind, I want to pull up 2 short videos, like 2 minutes each, just so that I can get these. Well, you know what? Let's not. Just so I stay with the time. I'm gonna leave it at that. Excuse me. What I want to do is I'm going to go to the video. There's a timestamp at the 15-minute mark and then at the 32-minute mark. I want to review those 2 sections and then we're going to be done. And then tomorrow we'll pick right back up. I think we'll get to the 8th or 9th, and then we'll get closer to being caught up on all these Umar Johnson videos. Anyway, this video that we just watched, this was from the 7th, which was 4 days ago. The segment that we're going to watch next is from a premiere today. So it probably was recorded yesterday or the day before. But it's an interview that Umar is doing, I believe, down in New Orleans. And someone told me to check out the 15-minute mark, and that's where we're going to start right here. Okay, here we go.
But let's further our people. I'll wait for an answer.
Nah,
what are we getting from them?
Soaking it up.
We ain't getting nothing from these white girls. They ain't giving you ish.
Right. How you even got on the type of time to even be this, like to beat Dr. Umar? Like, how you even, like, you wasn't all.
Well, because he ain't doing nothing. That's why he ain't doing nothing. He's a social media influencer. CJ says, in Umar's mind, dating other ethnicities is doing better. And in Umar's twisted and closed mind, no black person can or should do better than him. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about this. I know, and I understand what you're expressing here, because it's difficult to express because Umar, he's so twisted, but you're really outlining the twisted mentality of Umar. See, on one hand, if you get a white woman, it's associated with being better. But then in Umar's mind, you can't be doing better than him, so you shouldn't be having a white woman. And that's why he doesn't have a white woman, because this goes against his views. And therefore, you shouldn't be having a white woman either, because you would be doing better than him. It's twisted, but that's really how he thinks. Yeah, very astute observation there, CJ. Yeah, that's right on target right there. Yep. Okay, so let's go. I'm tempted to back this up just a little bit to see what they're talking about in the events. Look how Umar's twisting his hair up again. That's the thing I noticed too, is that when he has these podcasts, he'll make himself look presentable, but then after all that's over with, he goes back to looking like a pookie, like right here. It is. All right, let's go.
If we are the original people, we have the oldest DNA strain in civilization, because we go.
Umar, why do you think that you're the original people? What are you talking about?
Back to the beginning of time. Nobody else has that. We come from God. Everybody comes from us. If you recognize your godliness, and if she recognizes.
Umar, you came from your mama and your daddy. What you talking about? Well, I tell you, will make no sense.
Recognizes her goddessness. Why would you want to plant your seed in Neanderthal soil? Why would you want your child to be mixed with the DNA of your slave master?
Okay, wait a minute. They're not your slave master. You're not enslaved in the first place. And there's plenty of people who weren't even involved in the slave trade, Umar. Furthermore, there were Africans who were involved in the slave trade, Umar. Hit the one. I mean, come on. This guy's just, anyway.
That's a sickness.
So do you look at it?
That's a sickness.
But do you look at it the same way as, like, I've heard some young brothers or older men either say that these white men slept with our,
No, that's not true. Blacks are not the original people. The title of black didn't exist in ancient times, and in prehistory, it didn't exist either. You guys understand what I'm saying? This whole idea of blackness, no, that's a social construct. So no, black people are not the original people. We need to cut it down. In fact, if you go and do a DNA test, I'm gonna assume that you're African American or you're quote unquote black or whatever you want to call yourself. I'm going to assume that for a moment. Go and take a DNA test and then come back and tell me that somehow you're the original people. I'll leave it right there. Let's go.
And
we paying them back.
Whatever, and right now we just giving them
payback. They gave us. How are you paying them back when the white man
Africans? My bad. Okay, John.
Let's slept with and took advantage of our women. He was in charge of the society, and it was the power that accrued to him from being in charge of the society that gave him the prerogative to abuse our women sexually. If we're paying them back.
Okay, Umar, you're abusing black women sexually these days. How about that? Sexually exploiting them? Hit the one. I'll dare say, Umar, that you sexually exploited more black women than any slave owner has. Real talk. You've been doing it for decades now. Yeah, look at it. I got to open this door. Hold on one second. Let me let this play. I'll be right back.
What are we getting from these white women that we're bringing back to the black community that's helping us further our people? I'll wait for an answer.
No,
what are we getting from them?
Soaking it up.
We ain't getting nothing from these white girls. They ain't giving you ish.
Right.
How you even got on the type of time to even be this, like to beat Dr. Umar? Like how you even like, you wasn't always like this. Like how did something happen?
Since 9, I was.
Yeah, I'm saying since 9.
We lived in Jacksonville, North Carolina. My father was a drill instructor for the United States Marine Corps. He was a pretty rough father. And I didn't have an older brother. So I said when.
And did not tell people that too? I told people this. Sometimes I wonder if Umar watches when I be doing these exposés, especially on his childhood, and then he gets on these platforms to reiterate what I said. Didn't I tell people? And notice how he says that he was a drill instructor. And I told people a long time ago, well, yeah, his daddy was a drill instructor. And in my opinion, you know how drill instructors talk and how they're very verbally abusive, so forth and so on. Umar also said that he was emotionally abusive. This is what I think, that his daddy, when he was around, he was a bully and would bully the shit out of Umar, tell him what to do, you know, real rough around the edges. And now Umar's saying it right here. Hit the one. I already told people this. See?
Giving you ish.
Right.
How you even got on the type of time to even be this, like to beat Dr. Umar? Like how you even like you wasn't always like this. Like how did something happen?
Since 9.
Okay, and he always tells a story of since 9. This ties to this idea that he was the chosen one at an early age. It's a bunch of bullshit.
I was.
Yeah, I'm saying since 9.
Excuse me.
We lived in Jacksonville, North Carolina. My father was a drill instructor for the United States Marine Corps. He was a pretty rough father. And I didn't have an older brother. So I said, when I grow up, I'm going to be the older brother that other children can speak with. So in 3rd grade in Jacksonville, I decided I wanted to be a clinical psychologist.
That's ridiculous. So ridiculous, the story he's telling in 3rd grade. Come on, Kumar, cut it out. I mean, this is what you call revisionist history. Okay, he wants to make himself appear as if he knew what his life calling was, even though he's not a psychologist these days, and hasn't been since 2010, 2011. He wants to paint this whole fake, false narrative, and it ties to this idea and notion that he was the chosen one.
Giving you ish.
Right.
How you even got on the type of time to even be this, like to beat Dr. Umar? Like how you even like you wasn't always like.
Well, he doesn't have a job, you know. He's been unemployed. Look at him, Umar scratching that nose already.
Like how did something happen?
Since 9, I was.
Yeah, I'm saying since 9.
We lived in Jacksonville, North Carolina. My father was a drill instructor for the United States Marine Corps. He was a pretty rough father. And I didn't have an older brother. So I said, when I grow up, I'm going to be the older brother that other children can speak with. So in 3rd grade in Jacksonville,
See, Umar didn't have anyone to talk to, and he was struggling with a lot of issues, including mental health issues, and his daddy wasn't there to guide him through that process. In fact, his father was part of the reason why Umar turned out the way that he did. His father was overbearing, like I've been telling people, abusive, highly opinionated, over-opinionated, just like Umar, and always got to say something, need to keep his fucking mouth shut, just like Umar needs to too. Okay, but what it caused for Umar in his childhood was a lot of trauma. And so when Umar starts to tell these stories, he always mentions this about his daddy and blah, blah, blah.
Decided I wanted to be a clinical psychologist. When my parents divorced, we returned to Philly, the elementary school I attended to. I'm from the same neighborhood as Bill.
Yeah, he always got to say he's from the neighborhood of Bill Cosby or somebody to make himself appear to be important. Goofball. By the way, he went back, when he was 9 years old, 4th grade at Meade Elementary, 5th grade at Meade, Meade, 6th grade at Meade, and then 7th grade, he goes to Beaver Junior High School. Anyway.
Bill Cosby. The elementary school I returned to had a Black history class. So I took Black history 4th and 5th grade. That was also my introduction to public speaking. I entered the Black history oratorical contest.
And won the contest. Yeah,
won first place both years. So the Black consciousness and the public speaking were both born at the same time at the age of 9. And it's been with me ever since. The next year, my father took me to my first family reunion, Baltimore, Maryland. I'll never forget it because I jumped in the deepest part of the swimming pool in the Days Inn Hotel, and I started to drown, and my older sister, Elisa, jumped in and tried to save me, and I guess I almost drowned her, so she left me. So guess who saved me? A snow bunny. I saw 2 white titties, and I grabbed them. Wherever she at, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Karen. Wherever you are, Karen, you saved the future of the Black race. Thank you very much. And it was that weekend that we were at a church.
So a white woman saved Umar's life. See the irony of all this? Not his daddy, but a white woman.
At the family reunion, and we're walking in the back of the church. I don't know if I almost drowned before the church or after the church, but it's all this Frederick Douglass stuff, his Bible, his hat, his shoes. And of course I learned about him in the class. So I asked my father, I said, what's all this Frederick Douglass stuff doing at the family reunion?
That's probably why he wanted white women. He be lusting after them white women so much, trying to tell people not to get involved with the Snow Bunny because the Snow Bunny would save his life. That's what I think. Umar, he wanted a white woman. Look at him. Straining. Just get you a white woman. Let me stop.
He said, because you related to him. I was like, what?
Hold on.
That don't even make any sense. Just because there's all this stuff inside this church or whatever, that means he's related to him?
His hat, his shoes. And of course I learned about him in the class. So I asked my father, I said, what's all this Frederick Douglass stuff doing at the family reunion? He said, because you related to him. I was like, what?
Hold on.
They're not even related. Anyway.
He told you, how old you was when he told you this? At the reunion?
That was 9th grade, so I was probably 11 or 12.
Yeah, I got him at 11.
And you remember that all the way until you start messing with it? Because I just started hearing you say that.
No, I've been saying that.
About the descendant of the Fred. Well, people saying that, how you even found that out?
Because the history of our family was never lost because they always kept it through slavery. So, for example, when my 4 times great-grandfather, Stephen Henry Bailey, this is the same cousin Stephen that Frederick talks about in Narrative of the Life. That's my 4 times great-grandfather.
No, it's not.
Frederick Douglass presented him and his wife, my grandmom Caroline, a Bible for their 50th wedding anniversary with all the names of all their children in it. Mm-hmm. So the record was always there. And our family has been having family reunions, I think, back to the 1940s or something like that. So they didn't have to dig it up. You know how sometimes you got to dig it up?
Right.
No, they just carried it down.
Preserved it.
They preserved it. So I didn't have to do no digging.
So is that ancestry thing, that's real though?
What?
Ancestry.com.
Like that's real?
That way.
Like,
Ancestry.com.
So we can find out that same shit that you did, but that way?
Yes, but it can be kind of difficult when you get into the slave records because not all records were well recorded. Not all records were preserved well enough. You know what I mean? Remember, we were born without birth certificates.
See, Umar knows that Jamal came out and did a DNA test through Ancestry.com, and it shows that they're not related, no blood relationship whatsoever, no genetic relationship whatsoever to the Frederick Douglass Bailey line. I can pull up the receipt and show it to you guys right now. Umar knows that his dad said that. In fact, his daddy did a video. I don't have the video because his daddy took it down. He deleted it shortly after he put it up. But I have the original post that Jamal put up where he admits that they're not descendants. Umar knows that, and he knows that Ancestry.com proves that they're not they have no relationship, genetic or blood relationship to the Frederick Douglass Bailey line. But Umar still runs with that lie to this day. To this day, he runs with the lie. Y'all want me to pull it up? Give me 1 second. There you go. Give me 1 second. What is that called? It's called Origins. I've played it before, but I'm going to play it again just so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. There you go.
Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson was born on August 21st, 1974. His original name was Jermaine Shoemake, named after Jermaine Jackson of the Jackson 5.
And so I'm here in front of the house where the Jacksons live. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Ruby Jackson, Tito, Marlon, Jermaine, who I was named after, by the way. My mother named me after Jermaine Jackson because my mother was a Jermaine Jackson fan back home in North Philly.
At the time of his birth, Umar's mother, Barbara Shoemake, was 16 years old. His father, Jamal A. Abdullah Johnson, was 17 years old. Jamal Johnson also had a daughter that was born when he was in middle school. An article written by Layla A. Jones of BillyPen.com dated March.
And that would be the daughter that Jamal also allegedly would have taken to that so a family reunion with the pool incident, because Umar mentions his older sister. So that would be the one. I would think that that's the one he's referring to.
16th, 2021 states that Jamal Johnson had his first child when he was a middle school student, too young to work legally. He lied about his age and worked 2 jobs to support his baby. In 1975, Jamal Johnson turned 18 years old and enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. His basic training took place at Boot Camp A-1007, Paris Island, South Carolina. He would go on to have a successful military career, starting as an automotive maintenance technician and retiring as a respected drill sergeant. Jamal Johnson's military history is important to consider for 2 main reasons. First, Jamal Johnson had numerous deployments that necessitated extensive travel. This travel disrupted his ability to be consistently present in Umar Johnson's life. As an example, from 1978 to 1979, Jamal Johnson was stationed at Camp Butler in Okinawa, Japan. Layla A. Jones writes that Jamal Johnson spent years in parts of Asia, Okinawa, and Korea, and even picked up a little bit of Japanese. He adored it and longed to extend his residency in that part of the world. Secondarily, Jamal Johnson's military service included an important benefit, namely that his children could be enrolled at the Scotland School for Veterans Children. The Scotland School for Veterans Children was a private boarding school in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Of the 6 children that Jamal Johnson and Barbara Shoemake had together, Umar was the only child sent away to the Scotland School for Veterans Children. More on this later.
By the way, I should mention that it's 5 children, but there's a 6th child that would be Jamal's, the child that he had when he was in middle school. So I just kind of combined it there. I think I probably will make more clarification. I think I already did inside of the script. I think I've already adjusted that, but this is a rough draft.
Post appearing on the Dr. Umar Ifatunde Facebook page, dated January 10, 2019, reveals that Umar attended preschool at North Philadelphia's Hart-Rampt Elementary School, followed by kindergarten at the Duckery Elementary School. After his parents' marriage, Jermaine would briefly relocate to North Carolina, where Jamal Johnson would legally change his name to Umar Johnson.
I would say the reason why my name is what it is because that's what my father named me. That was his consciousness at the time. I was not born Umar, I was actually born Jermaine. My mother named me after Jermaine Jackson of the Jackson 5, who was her #1 singer during the time of my birth. When they were married, my father changed my name to what it is today.
Umar Johnson provides important accounts that illustrate a period in his early life when his father was present and a period when his father was absent. In an Instagram Live dated February 1st, 2024, Umar explains how his father was present while the family was stationed in Jacksonville, North Carolina, circa 1983.
And my mom said, okay, it's time for you to go to bed. So I go to bed, but I'm not asleep. You know how you laying down in your bed before you fall asleep? Jacksonville, North Carolina. And the next thing you know, this yellow thing walked into my room. It was about 3 feet tall, shaped like a man, but no features. No, it was just pure yellow light, shaped like a man with no features, pure yellow light. And I'm scared as shit. I want to call my mom or my dad, but I'm scared.
In a Facebook video dated December 12, 2017, Umar Johnson explains some of the hardships that he, his mother, his grandmother, and his siblings experienced while his father was absent.
Dr. Umar Johnson, I'm coming to you live and direct from my hood, North Philadelphia. We here. I'm standing on the exact spot where Jermaine Shoemake was brought into the world on August the 21st. This is where the house stood. We are at 8th and Susquehanna. You feel me? 8th and Susquehanna. This is where I grew up. These streets, this is where I played ball. This is where I ran at. This is where I was from. My grandma's house burnt down about 20 or so years ago, but this is where I was born. Umar Johnson, North Philly. This is the home. At 2204 North Franklin, I just wanted to come by, pay respect to the earth, you know what I mean, where I was born at, the earth that Jermaine Shoemake was born into. So this is where it all started, baby. When I do my documentary, it's gonna come out, y'all gonna see all that, but I just wanted to bring y'all to the hood.
8th and Susquehanna, you know what I mean? Dr. Umar Johnson, all my North Philly people, Allegheny Avenue, Erie Avenue, 22nd Street, Burke Street, Jefferson Street, Lehigh Avenue, Germantown Avenue, you know what I mean? It's crazy. And what I want you to do, we're gonna keep that film running, because we're gonna make one stop with the film running, because I want you to see where I used to be to stay out of trouble. I would always ask my mom or my grandma for $2. $2.
Notice that Umar Johnson references his mother and his grandmother in this video. He did not mention his father, Jamal Johnson. This is because Jamal Johnson was not present during the period that Umar Johnson is referencing. Understand that Jamal Johnson was in the military from 1975 to 1985. He was deployed to South Carolina, Jacksonville, North Carolina, Okinawa, Japan, Virginia, and Korea. His deployments occurred between the time that Umar Johnson was around 1 and 11 years old. This is to say that because of Jamal Johnson's military commitments, he was unable to be consistently present in Umar Johnson's life. In fact, Umar Johnson lived most of his early life in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Show them some of the scenery of the hood, because, you know, they think I'm not from the hood because I got them 6 degrees. You know what I mean? I want them to understand something. I know what it's like. You know what I mean? I had dinner with the jacket on because the heat ain't on. I know what it's like to live in a homeless shelter. We've been through all that. But my mom always looked out for us. I love my mother to death.
In several of his lectures, Umar Johnson referred to his mother as a single mother.
When my parents divorced, my mother was a single mom.
While Jamal Johnson's presence in Umar Johnson's life was inconsistent, it must be acknowledged that he was also present at times. In a YouTube video uploaded on March 5, 2016, Umar Johnson talks about an important experience that he had with his father.
In the 6th grade, my father took me to my first family reunion, Baltimore, Maryland. And we were walking through this church, I believe it was, and in the backyard, there was a whole bunch of Frederick Douglass memorabilia, pictures, clothing, Bibles of Frederick Douglass. And I asked my father, why is all this Frederick Douglass memorabilia here? And he said, because you're related to him.
2 things to consider here. First, if Jamal Johnson was consistently present in Umar Johnson's life, then wouldn't Umar Johnson have known that he was related to Frederick Douglass prior to the 6th grade? In other words, wouldn't Umar Johnson's relationship to Frederick Douglass been imparted upon him by the Johnson family prior to Umar Johnson turning 10 or 11 years old? Second, Frederick Douglass's given name was Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey. On April 18, 2016, the Bailey family issued a public statement on their official website, Frederick Douglass Family Initiative, www.fdfi.org. The Bailey family wrote, "We can tell you with 100% certainty that he, Umar Johnson, is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass." In 2018, Jamal Johnson took a DNA test, and the results proved that Jamal Johnson, and therefore Umar Johnson, had no blood relationship to the Bailey family. On June 25, 2018, Jamal Johnson posted on his Facebook page, and I quote, "Recently, I obtained and posted my DNA results here, and I do encourage others to take the test. Just don't think you'll know what the results will be. Just based on the test alone, it appears that I am not related to the late, great Frederick Douglass, as I have been led to believe all my life and have taught to my children." He later admits that I and my children are not related to the Frederick Douglass lineage. Therefore, it must be stated that Jamal Johnson was either in error when he told Umar Johnson that he was related to Frederick Douglass in 1985, or he lied to Umar Johnson in 1985. More on this later.
All right, so let's go back.
Certificates. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So, no, I've been saying that.
About the descendant of the Fred. Well, people saying that, how you even found that out?
Because the history of our family was never lost because they always kept it through slavery.
See this guy?
His hat, his shoes. And of course, I learned about him in the class. So I asked my father, I said, what's all this Frederick Douglass stuff doing at the family reunion? He said, because you related to him. I was like, what?
Hold on. He told you, how old you was when he told you this?
9.
At the reunion?
That was
9?
6th grade, so I was probably 11 or 12.
And you remember that all the way until you start messing with it? Because I just started hearing you say that.
No, I've been saying that.
About the descendant of the Fred. Well, people saying that, how you even found that out?
Because the history of our family was never lost because they always kept it through slavery. So, for example, when my 4 times great grandfather, Stephen Henry Bailey, this is the same cousin Stephen that Frederick talks about in Narrative of the Life. That's my 4 times great grandfather.
Okay, listen. There's no there's no relationship between Umar and Frederick Douglass, period. He can play these little games talking about how, you know, Coven's cousin Stephen and blah, 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 all this other stuff. No. Notice Umar doesn't say that he's a descendant of cousin Stephen. He said he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass, or he's his great grand uncle or great uncle. Sometimes he said great cousin. He's all over the place with it. He don't say nothing about cousin Stephen, alleged cousin Stephen.
Frederick Douglass presented him and his wife, my grandmom Caroline, a Bible for their 50th wedding anniversary with all the names of all their children in it. Mm-hmm. So the record was always there. And our family has been having family reunions, I think, back to the 1940s or something.
But you're not related to him. There's no genetic relationship. So whatever you're talking about, Umar, is irrelevant.
Like that. So they didn't have to dig it up. You know, sometimes you got to dig it up.
Right.
No, they just carried it down.
Preserved it.
They preserved it. So I didn't have to do no digging.
So is the ancestry thing, that's real though?
What?
Ancestry.com.
Like that's real. That way?
Like Ancestry.com.
So we can find out that same shit that you did, but that way?
Yeah.
See, Umar knows that his daddy took a DNA test and that the DNA test came back that they're not related. And they did it through Ancestry.com. That's why Umar doesn't want to say yes to Ancestry.com. Y'all see this? Hit the one. Umar wants to, he's crafty, but it doesn't work because I've already played the receipt where listen, if Umar Johnson's daddy is not a descendant, Umar Johnson is not a descendant. You all see my point? But Umar, he's trying to skirt the issue of Ancestry.com. He doesn't want to flat out say that Ancestry.com, that their genetic testing, that we can find all this information out, because he knows that his father already admitted that he took the test and they found out that scientifically that they are not related to Frederick Douglass. Now, people can talk about a Bible and all this other stuff that was passed down and blah, blah, blah. That's besides the point. At the end of the day, records can be forged. We're talking records can be written poorly. People could write something in it that's not true. That could have happened. I mean, it could have been that somewhere down the line, one of the family members, they just made up some shit and then they pass it on. That happens. But at the end of the day, the DNA doesn't lie. But Umar doesn't want to admit that here. And he knows that his daddy took that DNA test, and his daddy did a video too to explain that.
So they didn't have to dig it up. You know, sometimes you got to dig it up.
Right.
No, they just carried it down.
Preserved it.
They preserved it. So I didn't have to do no digging.
So is the ancestry thing, that's real though?
What?
Ancestry.com.
Yeah, that's real.
Like
Ancestry.com.
So we can find out that same shit that you did, but that way?
Yes, but it can be kind of difficult when you get into the slave records, because not all records.
It doesn't matter. Slave records doesn't matter, because we're talking DNA here, Umar. Anybody could write down anything, and records can be forged. Records can be inaccurate. I've already stated this, but DNA doesn't lie.
Were well recorded. Not all records were preserved well enough. You know what I mean?
That's my point, Umar. And it goes both ways.
Remember, we were born without birth certificates. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
he's saying we. I think he's talking about slaves, but he's not the slave. It's not we. None of y'all, it's not we, none of that shit. Not one of y'all is a slave. Cut it out. So tired of hearing that shit.
They pretty sophisticated, but there still might be gaps where you want to have to go to the historical society in the county where your enslaved Africans were. You may have to.
Okay, Umar hasn't done any of that. By the way, they have the Bailey family. They hired a person that's all they do. Did you guys know that? It's a white guy too, by the way, Umar. Not to say too much, but and that's all this person does is they're checking to make sure that who's related is related. Whoever's saying that they're related, to figure out whether they're not, whether they are, whether they're not. They go based upon historical records, but then they also go based upon DNA. DNA test. It's 2025, Umar, wake up. Okay, you're still holding on to this lie. Your daddy took a DNA test and you're not related. no blood relationship, no genetic relationship whatsoever to the Bailey line, Frederick Douglass. None. You can talk Stephen Bailey, or you can talk Steve, cousin Steve, what you call cousin Steve. You can talk about the Bible that was passed on that had blah blah blah. You can talk about whatever you want to, but at the end of the day, you're not related.
Go to the main public library in the county where your ancestors were. In terms of tracing your ancestry, if you know the first and last name,
you can do all this online, Umar.
In the county of birth or death, you can put your whole tree together. If you know who and you know where, you can find them. And the more well-known your ancestors were, the easier they are to trace. So if they was a pastor, business owner, entertainer, it's going to be easier.
See all the hand gestures and these shenanigans. This is to convince these brothers of the lie that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Right?
To find them because they would have been in the newspapers, right? Or if they was a notorious criminal, right? Because you can look up the criminal records. It's only when nobody really knew them and they didn't really have any children where it can get difficult to find.
So I'm thinking while you was talking about, I'm like, no, I did been hearing you say that, but I think it was a headline or something that I seen somewhere. I don't know if this was cap or it was a real family. It's like saying like they debunking what you're saying.
No. You're talking about, okay, first of all, the Bailey family, right, is a very large family. So Isaac and Betsy Bailey, which is the grandparents who raised Frederick and my grandfather Steve, right?
That Ford when you were talking about.
Yes. Well, Stephen is 4. Isaac and Betsy will be my 6 times great-grandparents. So the grandparents who raised Frederick Douglass and my grandfather Steve will be my 6 times great-grandparents, right? They had about 12 children. And each of those children had a lot of children because the slave masters needed us to reproduce so we could work the fields, right? We was enslaved in Eastern Shore, Maryland, right? Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and Henry Highland Garnett, the grandfather of Pan Africanism, they all come from one county away from each other. Right? So if you think of all these children and each of them have children and each of them, you follow? We are probably tens of thousands all over the world. There's Baileys. You feel me? It's a very large family.
But you're not related to Frederick Douglass, Umar. I'm sorry. But you see him going all over the place? Yeah. It's red herring. You see him all over the place. Anytime Umar starts doing his hands like he an eagle flying and shit, understand he's just lying because what the brother's asking Umar about, I'm going to assume he's talking about when the Bailey family issued that statement, and I think they issued 2, by the way. Black Anonymous would know for sure because it's on Black Anonymous blogspot. They issued at least 1, but I thought it was 2. It might have been just 1. And 2 statements, and it's on the official Frederick Douglass, the Bailey line website. It's official. They have grants and all this kind of stuff. It's a legit organization spearheaded by real descendants of the Frederick Douglass. In fact, they actually have, I have it down. I just can't remember what it is. I mean, that'd be fascinating to look at, where they have Frederick Douglass, their real descendants. Like it's like this promo video, and you see all these different people, but you don't see Umar. You don't see Umar Johnson's daddy. Well, that's because they're not related. Okay. The point is that Umar in this video, what he's trying to do is trying to prove the case that he is related somehow to Frederick Douglass. The DNA has already proven that he's not related. And the Bailey family, not only did they issue the statement, but they also had Bailey family members, legitimate Bailey family members, come out and speak out against Umar Johnson. I can pull video clips of that and Umar going back at them. Anyway,
the person who put out the lie that I was not, first of all, what he said was true, and what I said was true. What do I mean?
See him touching the guy and all this shit. See, this is Umar. This is prime time Umar. All of this is it's all about manipulation. Okay, the hand movements, the gestures, touching the guy. Watch.
And what I said was true. What do I mean?
See this? Yeah, be careful with these types of people. Forked tongue, they're very deceptive, talking about the Lord's army. Here we go.
He said Dr. Umar is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. That is true.
Yeah, that is true. You're also not related to Frederick Douglass. This is Umar playing semantics here.
I'm not a descendant. I'm a descendant of Stephen and Caroline Bailey. Frederick is my cousin, not my grandfather.
Umar, he's not even your cousin. There's no genetic relationship between you, and Frederick Douglass, your daddy and Frederick Douglass. Yeah, it's semantics, but he knows what he's doing. He's a master manipulator right here. And let's see if these brothers catch it, though.
Right?
Right.
I never said he was my grandfather.
Right.
He knows I never said he was my grandfather, but to throw the people off.
You have said that he was your ancestor, though. So it doesn't matter whether you're saying he's your grandfather. Now, who gives a shit? Who cares if he says you're his uncle or he's your uncle or he's your grandfather? That's not even the point. He's playing semantics. Umar has said that he's a descendant. That's what he said, but that's not even true. There's no genetic or blood relationship between Umar and Frederick Douglass.
He doesn't say Dr. Umar is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass, but he is a member of the Bailey family. He never said that part. He never said,
Umar, you're not related to Frederick Douglass, period.
He's a descendant of Stephen Bailey, Frederick's brother. He never said that. So to play
Frederick's brother, cousin, everything, huh?
Mind games with the people. He just
see him touching on him and shit.
Said Dr. Umar is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Right? You see?
Right.
But you're not. You're not a descendant. Your daddy already admitted that to do that test. Anyway.
Which is true.
Right.
So
okay, then be quiet then.
Why not clarify and say he is a member of the Bailey family?
Umar, you're not related, period. You see this guy?
He is a descendant of Stephen and Caroline. He is a cousin to Frederick Douglass.
You're not a cousin to Frederick Douglass. There's no genetic relationship between you and the
name is on the family tree. He didn't put it there. You see what I'm saying? Right. So he played with.
Just because the name is on a family tree. Listen, the Bailey family, they don't acknowledge Umar as being related to. Already played that anyway.
The people. So that letter that he sent to Roland Martin, Swollen Martin, that wasn't from the family.
Yes, it was. It was. See, he's lying right here. It was on their website. In fact, what I show in the documentary, that is a screenshot from the website from many years ago. I got it from Black Anonymous. Black Anonymous has it on the website. You see Umar lying right here? No, he's something else. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I could find on True Black Anonymous blogs to spot if I can find that actual screenshot. I have it because that's what I actually asked Black Anonymous for the documentary. Let's put Bailey. Yeah, I would have to go through this to find it. But anyway, Umar, he's lying right here. That was an official letter that was issued by the Bailey family through their official website.
Cousin to Frederick Douglass. Right. His name is on the family tree. He didn't put it there. You see what I'm saying? Right. So he played with the people. So that letter that he sent to Roland Martin, Swollen Martin, that wasn't from the family. That was from one coon in the family. Right. But I'll be honest with you. I don't go to family reunions no more. You want to know why? Because when he was pushing all that shit, everybody in his large ass family is sitting there watching this man distort the truth.
No, Umar, you don't go because you know you're going to get pulled up on. Real talk, hit the one.
Anybody could have clarified. You feel me?
Right.
They all know who I am. Anybody could have clarified and said, stop. This man never said he was a descendant of Frederick Douglass. He recites his family tree at the end of damn near every lecture. Listen to what he says. You feel?
No, he has said that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass. I have a couple of clips where he actually states that.
Feel me? Right. They never.
He'll say I'm related. He'll say I'm a descendant. He'll say he's my great uncle, great cousin, great cousin. I mean, he's all over the place with it.
Clarified, and the reason they didn't clarify is because there's haters in that camp. So you got to understand something. Me being a revolutionary
No, it was, yeah, it was from the family. They're the ones who initially issued it. And then there are family members who actually begin to come out to speak out against Umar. He won't go to a family reunion because he knows they're going to pull up on him. Okay, they already told him that they were going to do that. Remember, I was telling y'all that they had to hire, and I can pull the video and show it to y'all. They did a video where they talking about how they have to hire security to keep Umar out of the Frederick Douglass gravesite. You know, that's crazy. And Umar still in 2025 running with this lie that his daddy told him. And his daddy already admitted that it wasn't true and that they're not related or descendants or any of that. There's no genetic relationship between them and Frederick Douglass.
Pan Africanist and the Garveyite, that don't sit well with a lot of people, including people in the Belly clan. Right. Do you feel me? Totally. They want no association with me for what I stand for. So they allow that to persist. And because they let it persist, I said, I'm not going to no more family reunions. Now I may end up taking my children or.
Oh man, he really bullshitting now. You don't go to family reunions because they're going to deal with you. That's why. And you scary. And they said it too. I have those videos too, Umar. But then he got to take it even further, talk about I may take my children and grandchildren. Here we go. A lot of
people, including people in the Belly clan. Right. Do you feel me? Totally. They want no association with me for what I stand for. So they allow that to persist. And because they let it persist, I said, I'm not going to no more family reunions. Now I may end up taking my children or grandchildren because I do want them to.
You see this foolishness? Man, this is crazy. He goes right into it. He's an interesting character. He really is. A great deceiver, master manipulator. Mannerisms very zesty too. I have to say, as he's doing this and he's kind of winding this down and bringing up, you know, his children. He's a deadbeat. And then he talking about his grandchildren too.
They want no association with me for what I stand for. So they allow that to persist. And because they let it persist, I said, I'm not going to no more family reunions.
See this right here? This shit right here is Umar when he gets into that the moist zone. Did you guys see the switch? And it's more to appease these black men so that they believe what he's saying. And then all of a sudden he's going to talk about his children and his grandchildren. Meanwhile, he's a deadbeat. But you see the switch up? Watch this.
They want no association with me for what I stand for. So they allow that to persist. And because they let it persist, I said, I'm not going to no more family reunions. Now,
see this? Oh, he's something else. He really is.
I said, I'm not going to no more family reunions.
See this guy? Well, he got real moist.
Now I may end up taking my children or grandchildren because I do want them to go to know, right? But I didn't appreciate that because anybody could have shut that down and they chose not to.
Right. I'm thinking of that because that's so much of a proof, even what you said about the family reunion at 9. If they had all the stuff there, like how could you not be if you?
I've been going to family reunion.
Well, it's because there's no genetic relationship. That's why.
Since the 6th grade.
Right.
That's how you who don't know who the hell I am.
That's how you came across it, right? Yeah. Right. That's
no, it's a bunch of bullshit. They bought into the bullshit. It is what he's a master manipulator.
That's how you came across the information.
Come on. I'd have been the family user with my uncles, my aunts, my grandma. Come on. They all know who the hell I am.
Right.
And they chose to let that ride because they don't agree with what I stand for. But here's the bigger point. And this is what I said. I've only been invited to speak on Frederick Douglass twice in my whole career. Kutztown University of Pennsylvania Frederick Douglass Institute, and just 2 or 3 months ago in Cincinnati, the Frederick Douglass Foundation. Do you hear me?
Right.
2 organizations invited me to speak on Frederick Douglass. My thousands and thousands of public addresses through the years have absolutely nothing to do with.
No, they do because he always brings up Frederick Douglass, and it's a way to give him more credibility, just like the doctorate degree. So Umar, cut it out.
Frederick Douglass. But he was saying that I was benefiting myself off of Frederick Douglass's name. Ninja how?
No, he has. And he's talking about Terrence Bailey. He's the same. Terrence Bailey is the same brother that spoke about how the family had to get security to keep Umar out of the Frederick Douglass memorial gravesite.
Hey. Don't nobody invite me to Africa because I'm related to Frederick Douglass.
Right.
I don't get invited to graduations because I'm related to Frederick. This is all based on my work.
Right.
No.
Frederick Douglass was not a Pan-Africanist nor a psychologist. So what are y'all talking?
He was a bunny hopper though. Anyway, Umar, yeah, he is. He lies a lot. But remember, Umar, he always he quotes Frederick Douglass. He always tells people that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass. He's related. None of that's true. He also talks about how I can pull up the video where how Frederick Douglass is somehow related to Harriet Tubman, and so he's Harriet Tubman. He's related to Harriet Tubman as well. The list goes on and on and on. But he's built his name off of Frederick Douglass, and it's true.
About
Right.
I'm gonna tell you what they're talking about. As you know, Frederick Douglass is the most popular black leader in American history. Not even Dr. King can touch him, right?
I don't know about that.
There are people in that family who wanted to corner themselves as the expert on the life of Frederick Douglass.
Right.
They saw me as a threat to the money train. If people keep associating Dr. Umar with Frederick Douglass, how are we gonna hustle?
Right, because he got more popularity than all of us.
Than all of them put together. Nigga, please.
Right.
Uh-oh, he's dropping in bomb.
Yeah, I got a question. So, you know, you're real educated on slavery, right? And which, you know, your name is Dr. Umar Johnson. And, you know, they usually say our last name comes from slave plantations.
For sure.
With you being so educated about slavery, why you never changed your name, your last name?
But I have. My name is Ifatunde Oguntade.
What's
Ifate.
No, he ain't changed nothing. He's still Umar Johnson.
And the reason I'm so proud of that name, I want y'all to understand why. And I have several African names. I got several African names, right?
I never heard that one, right?
But the reason why Ifatunde Oguntade is so personal to me is I got that name when I received my first ever Yoruba spiritual divination at the Oyotunji African Village 1 week after my first visit to the Nat Turner Trail, November 19th of 2011. My name wasn't given from an elder. It was given through divination. So after I received my first divination, and divination is the process by which a trained and initiated priest calls up to the oracle, which is a divinity appointed by God to help people achieve their destiny, right? So in getting that reading at the end, the Babalawo, which means father of secrets, he's the priest in Ifa, which is the Yoruba spiritual system. Ifa means destiny, right? So he says, you got to get an African name. I said, let's do it. So there's a process of casting. And based on the way that the shells fall, that's a particular energy pattern that relates to a particular reality. And so when he cast on the first name, it was no. He cast again, it was no. He cast again, it was no. And then I think it was the fourth cast, it said yes to Ifatunde. And he had to go through the same process.
Whatever, Umar, cut it out.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson, live and direct in London. If you can see that plaque that's right over my head, I'm pointing to it right here. That is the Frederick Douglass plaque that our good brother in the United Kingdom, Nubian Jack, had erected a couple of years ago to honor the late great abolitionist and race leader Frederick Douglass from the United States. As you all know, I am a kinsman to the great Frederick Douglass. And on this residence right here, where you see me, he actually used to live during his London period. For those of you who are familiar with the history of Frederick Douglass, you know that in 1845, after publishing his first narrative, the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, wherein he named his slave master, he was forced to flee the United States to avoid capture. And he came here to London, where he spoke for nearly 2 years and lived. And during that time, a group of white abolitionists here in London raised the money to purchase Frederick Douglass's freedom from the man who owned our family.
Okay, and as a result of them raising the money to purchase his freedom, Frederick Douglass returned to the United States in 1846, a free man recommitted to fight for the liberation of African people. So I am here right now at the very location where my ancestor and your ancestor Frederick Douglass lived during his London period, 1845, 1846. And what I admire so much about him, one of the many things that I admire so much about Frederick Douglass, is the fact that he was asked by the London abolitionists to stay here, to live in London, to not return to the United States of America, and he refused to do that. He refused to partake in his own freedom without the freedom of the 3 million enslaved Africans in America. So that was a sacrifice that he made, opting to return to the dangerous United States and continue the dangerous work of abolitionism in the United States, when he had a chance, in fact, to send for his family and live happily ever after here in London, and he chose the latter. So this is Dr. Umar Johnson, live and direct at the site of the home of Frederick Douglass in London, England. I will see you all this Saturday at the Lighthouse, 6 p.m. The doors open. Myself and the great Muta Baruka. Make sure you get your tickets at SiriusTickets.com, SIRIUS tickets.com. Saturday, November the 3rd, Muta Baruka and Dr. Umar Johnson. We are at the site of the home of Frederick Douglass, 1845, 1846. The struggle continues. Black Power.
That's from 2018.
To the next question. Let me deal with something real quick here. Give me 2 minutes for my callers. I want to deal with this Terrence Bailey, Frederick Douglass bullshit that I've been going through. Some of you guys are aware that one of my trolls is Terrence Bailey, who apparently seems to be some sort of distant cousin of mine. I don't claim his ass, though. Okay, I don't claim him at all. But I just want to say that Terrence Bailey has been claiming that Dr. Umar Johnson is not a relative of Frederick Douglass. Well, how did Terrence Bailey get my phone number? You want to know how Terrence Bailey got my phone number? Because he called one of the members of the Bailey Casson family executive committee, for lack of a better word. And she sent me an inbox saying that we have a cousin who wants to talk to you by the name of Terrence Bailey. She sent me an inbox on Facebook, okay? Relatives, okay? Because I don't call them family. I'm going to call them relatives. Family is family. These are just relatives, okay? And so I called him up and we spoke on the phone. This was a couple months ago. And he was calling me for Ken Norris, someone else who claims to be a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass. Now, for the record, those of you who know me, you know that I have never claimed to be a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass. I have never claimed that. I am a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass's first cousin and half brother by the name of Stephen Henry Bailey, my 4 times great grandfather, who happens to be the same Stephen that Frederick talks about in his autobiographies. When Frederick Douglass talks about growing up with cousin Stephen, that's my 4 times great grandfather. Terrence Bailey knows this shit because my name is on the Bailey family tree. How did my name get on the tree? Why was I allowed to go to family reunions? Why do I get a letter every other year inviting me to family reunions? Okay, so that whole, that whole Terrence Bailey thing is just a bunch of hate shit. It's a bunch of hate shit, okay? And I think it's coming from the fact that when people think of Frederick Douglass, they don't think of him. When people think of Frederick Douglass, they don't think of Ken Morris. When people think of Frederick Douglass, they don't think of all the tens of thousands of descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey. They think of me. They think of me. So there's jealousy within my relatives, okay, that is bringing this forth of hatred forward that Terrence Bailey had. I don't know this Negro. I never met him. I never met him. So I'm sure he's a distant relative because his last name is Bailey. Bailey is the family name. I want y'all to understand something. None of us have no exclusive relationship to Frederick Douglass. There's thousands of us. Isaac and Betsy Bailey had over a dozen children. You understand? I come through one of their children named Betsy.
Frederick comes through one of their children named Harriet. And then they had other children. I'm not a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass.
Okay, you're not related at all either, Umar. That's what the DNA shows. Let me play you guys a video from 2011.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umar Johnson. I'm a psychologist, an educator, political scientist, great-great-great-great-grandnephew to Frederick Douglass. Wow. And today we're going to talk about special education,
See, he says a great-great-great-grandnephew of Frederick Douglass. He ain't saying nothing about Cousin Stephen. You see this?
Psychotropic medication, homosexualization, incarceration, medication,
and pinpoint what is going on right now and have a better
psychologist and educologist. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umar Johnson. I'm a psychologist, an educator, political scientist, great-great-great-great-grandnephew to Frederick Douglass. Wow. And today we're going to talk about special education, psychotropic medication, homosexualization, and
Did you guys hear the person say, wow? See, Umar, he knows that he's using that as leverage so that he has more credibility.
Psychotropic medication, homosexualization, and wow. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umar Johnson. I'm a psychologist, an educator, political scientist, great-great-great-great-grandnephew to Frederick Douglass. Wow. And today we're going to talk about special education, psychotropic.
He ain't saying cousin, he's saying grandnephew. You see this? He all over the place with it. Let's go to another video from 2013.
He is also a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass.
Here she says that he's a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, Umar doesn't correct her right away, but watch what happens.
For all of you all who know me, I have to say this to show you how melanin and the spirit works. You didn't know me. I told you about hidden colors. That's how I got attracted to you, because I literally stopped and listened, and I told her, Belinda, who's my right arm, is, you know, he's talking. I never heard no one really say what? And then, come to find out, he's a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass, and I'm a direct descendant of Dr. James W.C. Pennington, who married Frederick Douglass and one of his wives. Who would have known?
See, why would she think that he's a direct descendant? Well, that's because Umar been going around saying he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass. He corrects her though. Watch this.
3 centuries, right? Maybe 3 centuries later, that he and I will connect again to continue the same work.
Oh, she tripping too. Lady, cut it out.
That's a result of post-traumatic slavery. Right?
What?
And without further ado, I introduce to you all Dr. Umar Johnson. He has books and he has...
He sound crazy too. Real talk. Lady, you need to cut it out.
And afterwards, you can get it and he'll sign it for you. And he'll take it from there. A lot of his people and sisters are here as well. So give him a round.
Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for my tardiness. I was up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I had to evaluate some children at a charter school for special education eligibility, and some of my coworkers told me that Harrisburg to DC was a 2-hour ride.
He lying. This is in 2013.
They didn't account for the traffic. So that's why I'm just now getting here, but I should have called on my brother Kev, because he's from York,
No, you just late because you late.
Harrisburg area, and he would have told me to take a little bit more time. As Dr. A said, I'm the author of the new book, Psychoacademic Holocaust, the Special Education and ADHD Wars Against Black Boys, self-published. For those of you who are interested, you'll have the opportunity of purchasing my book today. Also, I have about 30 different DVD titles, everything from Intellectual Insurrection that I did with Professor Griff, to the Nat Turner panel discussion that I did with Dr. Jeffries and Dr. Cambone, for Sisters Only, Relationships and Dating, Military Science. I got a little bit of everything. But we're going to have to hold back the titles that deal with sexual confusion because this is a publicly funded institution and we don't want nobody getting backlash and dealing with the politics.
Peace and love, Black family. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson. To the big homie, the great uncomparable. To the big homie, the great uncomparable, honorable Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey, my blood relative, my blood kinsman. Yes, indeed, I am not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. I am a kinsman to Frederick Douglass. I am a descendant of his half-brother and first cousin, Stephen Henry Bailey, the same Stephen that's mentioned in the Frederick Douglass narrative. So yes, I am.
See that? He's all over the place.
Of the royal bloodline. Anyhow, brothers and sisters, we're going to go to the Harriet Tubman gravesite, and then we're going to come on down and we're going to go to the Black African Holocaust Museum in Philadelphia. The Black African Holocaust Museum in Philadelphia. It is the only African Holocaust museum in the United States dedicated to the struggle and the pain and the sacrifice of the Ma'afa that our ancestors were put through. So we will be going to the Black African Holocaust Museum in Philadelphia, and then we will go to Lincoln University and Cheney University, our two oldest HBCUs, Lincoln and Cheney. And of course, we call Lincoln University Pan African University. Why do we call Lincoln University Pan African University? Because both the great Kwame Nkrumah and the great Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the liberator of Ghana and the liberator of Nigeria, both of those great Pan-African nationalists and Garveyites graduated from the Lincoln University. And then we will go to the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. We will go to Delaware State University, Delaware being one of the slave states that fought on side of Abraham Lincoln's Union during the Civil War. That's right.
All right. One other one real quick.
But I'm a direct descendant of his cousin and half-brother who he grew up with. Okay? I'm not a relative of Frederick Douglass by marriage. I'm a relative of Frederick Douglass by blood.
No, he's not. He's not related to Frederick Douglass by blood. DNA already proved that.
By blood. You understand? The blood that ran in Frederick Douglass' veins runs in my veins. Bailey family. Certified.
No, that's not true. You see what I'm saying? We're almost done with this section. We're going to finish up.
Bailey family. Okay?
I just got to prove my
So that
point.
Terrence Bailey shit, I'm going to leave that alone. I just wanted to clarify that because I know some of y'all needed me to answer that. Okay? So the next time he start his shit, just ask him a real simple question. Real simple. Is Umar Johnson and Frederick Douglass both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey? That's it. No more conversation. Is Umar Johnson and Frederick Douglass, are they both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey? That's
Umar,
it.
you're not.
That's
you're
the
not
only question you
Frederick
need
Douglass
for his bitch ass. Excuse my French. I want to show you guys something. Appreciate that. Before I take the next call, this right here is one of the books of our family. If you see that, genealogy and history of Stephen Bailey, descendant of Isaac.
I have this downstairs, Umar. Cut it out. It's actually in the garage now, but I have this book.
Okay, and Betsy, y'all see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then here's my 4 times great-grandfather, Stephen. This is my 4 times, this is the man that Frederick Douglass grew up with, the cousin Stephen that he talks about. Okay. That's my 4 times great-grandfather. You know, I shouldn't have to go through this. My 4 times great-grandmother, Caroline Wilson Bailey. They was both born into slavery. Grandpa, grandma, you understand? I don't like playing these sucker games. Okay. And then Frederick Douglass Frederick Douglass, on their 50th wedding anniversary. On their 50th wedding anniversary, he gave them a Bible. Frederick Douglass, on their 50th wedding anniversary, gave his cousin and half-brother a Bible with the names of all their children in it. Okay, this was in the Bible that Frederick Douglass gave them on their 50th wedding anniversary. And as you can see, the first child is, where we at? Okay, George Washington Bailey. Okay, here we go. George Washington Bailey, that's my 3 times great-grandfather, first black public school teacher in Talbot County, Maryland. Okay. 1841, he was born. Okay. 1841, I got my family tree on the wall right there. I don't like going through it. One more thing while we at it, before I go to the next call.
Excuse me.
I don't have a doctorate degree, right? I don't have a doctorate degree, right? Right? This right here is my doctoral dissertation. Okay, Philadelphia College of Osteopathic,
which you cannot find online anywhere.
Medicine. You see that, right? Umar Johnson, Psi D, Doctor of Psychology. You see the date, right? What that say? June of 2012, right? I ain't got no doctorate, right?
Excuse me, 2012.
Here we go right here. Okay, hold on. The signature page, right? It ain't official unless you got the signatures, right? It ain't official unless you got the signatures. You understand?
Looked like it said 2011 on there. You what?
So that's all, you know. Unless you got the signatures. Unless you got the signatures. Unless you got the signatures. You understand? So that's all, you know. Not related to Frederick Douglass. Ain't got no doctorate. You know, this is the stuff y'all want to play with me.
Okay, well, you're not related to Frederick Douglass. Okay, your daddy already took a DNA test. I don't understand why you got to keep going.
So I just decided to show some proof. For those of y'all on the telephone, I'm showing proof on Facebook Live that I have my doctorate and that I am related to Frederick Douglass, because those seem to be the 2 most recurring conflicts that keep coming up as it relates to my credibility. And the third thing is, what am I doing with the school money? Which is the dumbest question I ever heard. What I'm doing with the school money is I'm saving it to buy a damn school. That's what I'm doing with the school money. We looked at a school yesterday. I was at a school yesterday here in Pennsylvania, $1.4 million. I loved it. They got residential, they got a dorm, they got a gym. It was a nice little, only thing I don't like about it, it's in a white neighborhood. That's the only thing I don't like about it. But it's a former Catholic school. Not bad, but I still got some other schools to look at. We will have a school in 2017. So we done dealt with Frederick Douglass. We done dealt with the doctorate. Once I get to school, I want to know what they're going to say then, because y'all just about shut down. Y'all been shut down. Hey.
And listen, Umar, you're not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Your daddy took a DNA test. There's no blood relationship. There's no DNA relationship whatsoever. The school is still not open. Okay, we're now in 2025. You pushed the date back over 25 times. You've changed the grand opening date, so cut it out.
It's been shut down, so I don't know what we're gonna do. You know what I mean? What we gonna do now? What we gonna do now? We run.
He looking crazy.
Out of stuff.
Everything you said.
This lady right here sounds like the lady that called in that time. What's up, Enterprise? Hope you're doing all right. Why is he never challenged on his lies and video? Well, I think, and we're going to get back to the video where they're questioning, because there's one other segment I want to get to, because he starts talking about FDMG and stuff. He hasn't given a update on that in a long time. One of the reasons why Enterprise is because they simply haven't done the research into Umar, so they don't know. They simply don't know. If I was interviewing Umar and I brought up the Frederick Douglass situation, I wouldn't be talking. I wouldn't even let him get going, and you know how he just starts running his mouth. I would say, well, listen, your dad took a DNA test to see if you guys are related to Frederick Douglass, and the DNA test proved conclusively that you are not related genetically or by blood. What do you say about that? That's what I would just leave it right there. But that's because I've already done the research, and then I can pull up the video where I can pull up the post where his daddy actually admits that they're not related to Frederick Douglass, and his case closed. If you're a descendant of your daddy, and your daddy says that he's not a descendant of Frederick Douglass, then you're not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Period. Okay. So that's why I just don't think they haven't researched Umar enough. They've seen some things online that made them question certain things, but they don't have a breadth of knowledge and enough research and where they can pull things up. I can pull up anything. I can just pull it up. to where they can go back at Umar to prove that he's a liar when in point of fact he's lying. See? So what Umar does, he starts to run his mouth. He starts talking in circles, and they don't know. They don't know all the facts. So he'll say some things here, some things there. Some of the stuff kind of makes sense, some of it doesn't. But then at the end of the day, he persuades them as a master manipulator into he persuades them that to where they believe that he's a descendant or he's related to Frederick Douglass. All the other descendant stuff and kinsmen and all this stuff, that's just semantics that Umar plays. It's just gymnastics that he runs to when he's getting checked. So it's a way of kind of it's a red herring in essence. I'm going to put this into the mix, and I'm just going to say no. What I said was that I was he was my uncle or he was my great cousin or whatever. He switches it all up depending on what the situation is. But the bottom line is that they're not related. There's no DNA blood relationship whatsoever. Okay? Thanks, Enterprise. Hope you're doing all right too. Google AI said no. Umar Johnson is not related to Frederick Douglass. Let me go look that up. Let's see what it says. Is Umar Johnson related to Frederick Douglass? The Douglass family released a statement saying that we can tell you with 100% certainty that he, Johnson, is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Case closed. But I already read that, right? No, Umar Johnson is not related to Frederick Douglass. The Douglass family has stated unequivocally that he is not a descendant of the abolitionists. While Johnson has repeatedly claimed a family connection, this has been denied by the Douglass family. They should put on here that his daddy took a DNA test that proved that they're not related. Okay, thank you, lady. And you're right. I just looked it up. Kev says Black Anonymous made it clear they could never be related the way the bloodline went. Yeah, absolutely right. That's why I haven't been able to. I went there, but I didn't find the exact one. But yeah, all of that you can just follow the blog. It just breaks it all down very well. And from what I remember, Black Anonymous did that work prior to, if memory serves me correctly, prior to Umar's daddy Jamal coming out and admitting that they're not related to Frederick Douglass via the DNA test. Okay, so the groundwork for that was already laid already prior to Umar Johnson's daddy Jamal finally telling the truth. See? Thanks, Kev. Hope you're doing all right too, bro. And then Fairchild Republic, how's it going? Says, Leonard, can you demonstrate about my head and neck and face areas to activate my Christ consciousness? Well, according to Umar, it's like right about here. you know Umar. He said we're gonna activate that Christ consciousness, family. I'm just playing. Thanks, Fairchild, for the super chat. I'm just saying according to Umar. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Let's get going. Let's wrap this up. I wanted to play one. I want to go back to that video where he's being interviewed, but before I do that, I wanted to pull this up real quick. Let me just scroll through. Well, no, I'm not going to do this right here because he goes in on Bailey, Terrence Bailey on that one. But I want just to go back in time. Watch this, okay? Most of you guys haven't seen this video.
He's a blood relative of the great Frederick Douglass, the great.
He's not. See this?
Welcome you to yet another edition of Cultural Caravan. On this edition, we're honored to be joined by Dr. Umar Abdullah Johnson. Dr. Johnson, or Dr. Umar as he's popularly known, is a nationally certified school psychologist. He had his doctorate in clinical psychology, as well as he's a blood relative of the great Frederick Douglass, the great abolitionist. He's a child therapist. He's a lecturer on Black history and culture.
He's never been a child therapist.
He's lectured on many topics, including our relationships and the impact of many different racism and psychological on our psyche. This broadcast, he will talk to us about our relationships and impact on our children, and as well as our relating to each other. Are you ready to go? Well, I am. Let's go. Dr. Umar, welcome to the Cultural Caravan.
Thank you.
We appreciate you joining us. Please let our audience know what encouraged you to go into the field of psychology.
As a young child, I was the oldest boy in my family. And as the oldest boy, I didn't have an older male sibling with whom I could converse about issues that were of importance to me. So I had decided early on in elementary school.
Yeah, I found this video. It came back online in 2018, I believe, but this is an older video, obviously. I haven't been able to figure out exactly what, maybe I did figure it out. I don't think I did. sometimes there's subtle cues, like they'll have something pop up with dates or something like that, or he'll mention a date or year. I would need to actually watch this video. Did I watch this video straight through already? Actually, I think I did. So I may have it inside of my notes. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, like things like this. This is what I look for when the credits roll, and then they'll have, a year or something like that. I don't think that they have it here though now. But anyway, this is an older video, but the point is that notice she says a direct descendant. Did you guys catch that? I'll play it again. Umar doesn't correct her either.
Caravan. On this edition, we're honored to be joined by Dr. Umar Abdullah Johnson. Dr. Johnson, or Dr. Umar as he's popularly known, is a nationally certified school psychologist. He had his doctorate in clinical psychology, as well as he's a blood relative of the great Frederick Douglass, the great...
Okay, no, she said a blood relative. That's what she said here.
Abolitionist. He's a child therapist. He's a lecturer on Black history and culture. He's lectured on many topics, including our relationships and the impact of many different...
Yeah, but I have at the 2-minute 15-second mark where it says, let me see, 2 minutes 15 seconds. Here we go.
Here in the United States, and particularly the history, have really been through a lot through our sojourn. And one of the things that I was just also very struck by when I read your bio is the fact that you're a direct descendant to the great Frederick Douglass. Tell us about that.
Yes, indeed. The first ancestor of mine to be captured in Africa.
Hear what he said? What she said, and he says, yes, indeed, to confirm it, that he's a direct descendant. But in the other video, he was saying, I'm not a direct descendant. You see what I'm saying? Got him. Listen, watch what he does.
Yes, indeed. The first ancestor.
One of the things that I was just also very struck by when I read your bio is the fact that you're a direct descendant to the great Frederick Douglass. Tell us about that.
Yes, indeed. The first ancestor of mine to be.
See, he didn't correct her. He confirms it. He says, yes, indeed. See what I'm saying? Umar, he's such a liar.
And captured in Africa and brought here to America was a black man by the name of Bailey in 1701. He gave birth to a daughter in 1720 by the name of Selah, which happens to be my youngest daughter's name, also named after her ancestor. Selah gave birth to a daughter by the name of Jenny in 1745. And in 1774, Betsy Bailey was born. Betsy Bailey is considered the queen mother and matriarch of our family. She's the woman who Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, what years you guys think this is? Again, it's on YouTube, uploaded in 2018, but I think this goes back probably to 2010-ish, 2010, maybe 2011.
Writes about in all three of his narratives. She's the woman who raised him. She also raised his younger brother, whose name was Stephen. Stephen was the son of Harriet. Harriet was Frederick's mother, who had a younger sister by the name of young Betsy. And to make a long story short, both Harriet, Frederick's mom, and young Betsy, Stephen's mom, were raped by the slave master who owned our family, a European by the name of Aaron Anthony, giving birth to Frederick in 1818 and his younger brother Stephen in 1819. So they are cousins because their mothers, Harriet and Betsy, were sisters, but they're also brothers because the slave master was their father, which makes Frederick Douglass a great-great-great-great-grand uncle and cousin to me.
What are you talking about, Umar? He also seems very moist here too, for some reason. I don't know. He's just very moist.
But they're also brothers because the slave master was their father, which makes Frederick Douglass a great-great-great-great-grand uncle and cousin to me.
Wow, and that's a powerful...
See him sniff a little bit too? This is before he got strung out.
Lineage to be a part of, and certainly just bespeaks the role that obviously Brother Frederick...
Why are you looking like that? Damn, Umar, something wrong with you.
Douglass has in our history, and definitely that direct connection to you. Tell us about...
This got to be around 2010, 2011.
Today's topic as that relation to our...
Real quick, speaking of Harriet Tubman, I played this before, but watch this.
Builder of the old folks home for Africans, none other than Araminta, the historic Fort Hill. It is the 4th of July, 2014. We're at the historic Fort Hill Cemetery, Auburn, New York, paying respect to the Queen of Queens, none other than Araminta Ross, a.k.a. Queen Mother Harriet Tubman, a.k.a. leader of the Underground Railroad, a.k.a. builder of the old folks home for African elders, a.k.a. a nurse in the Civil War, a.k.a. a spy in the Civil War, a.k.a. a scout in the Civil War. And so we paid respects earlier to the Honorable Frederick Douglass, my direct ancestor, and it's only fitting and it's only with respect.
What did he just say? We're almost done. What did he just say? He didn't say kinsman. He didn't say great uncle or great cousin. He didn't say none of that.
Frederick Douglass, my direct ancestor. Respects earlier to the Honorable Frederick Douglass, my direct ancestor, and it's only fitting and it's only with respect that if we're gonna big up the masculine energy, we gotta big up the feminine energy. And we know that Queen Mother Harriet and Frederick Douglass were very, very good friends. Some even say may have been cousins, which means I'm related to Harriet Tubman. I ain't gonna even get into that right now.
Now he related to Harriet Tubman and Anita Baker. You see this guy? Something wrong with him.
And so we paid respects earlier to the Honorable Frederick Douglass, my direct ancestor.
He said, my direct ancestor. Case closed. Then he goes on to say that he's related to Harriet Tubman too. He probably related to Vixa as well. Shit, Sky, Vixa. I know she's related to Ragodito. Anybody else you want to throw in there, go on and throw it in there. All right. East B, yeah, he's a different, yeah. East B, that's a great. Sojourner Truth, Biggie Smalls. Anyway, okay, let's finish this up. we got blowed off on the ancestry shenanigans. Okay, now from what I heard, Umar starts to talk about, he gives an update on these trap bandits. Let's hear what he has to say. We'll probably come back to this part tomorrow.
Ogun. Right. So people often ask me, how you keep going?
Right.
Damn,
right.
This and this and the school and this, and you just get right back. That's Ogun. He don't stop until he wins.
Umar, you ain't doing nothing at these bandit buildings. Cut it out.
He is the manifestation of divine masculinity.
Here he go.
You feel me?
Right.
So that's in my blood.
What's the struggle, that you face with aligning with, because you're highly educated and you do fight a good fight, but aligning with, we have so many people that have millions and billions of dollars, right? And I'm quite sure,
and I know a lot of them.
Right, but I'm confused on.
But they never wrote a check.
That's where my concern at, and I'm like,
all about the
money. Why is that?
I think it's twofold.
Higher power? I mean,
think
people that's
definitely.
In a higher position?
You got to realize.
What I was meaning when I was saying there's a cap, like you only could go so far because these people, these higher powers, like they stopping you, and that's why. Like me asking that question, like why these other people with all these money not even rocking with Dr. Umar to do some of these things, because the people I'm talking about is capping you out.
3 things I learned by being around these celebrities who I love and respect. They're good people. 3 things I learned. They have all the money, but I have all the power.
Huh?
That's one of the biggest things that jumped out to me when I'm around them. You feel me?
This guy,
I'm like, this guy is worth this amount of money. This guy worth this amount of money. This guy worth this, and none of them could say the shit I say out of my mouth.
That's fake.
You feel me? I'm sitting there like, they got money. I'll never earn what they got, and they'll never be as free as I am.
Because is it true that if they was to try to align with you, that it's a possibility.
They can never publicly align with me. They'll destroy me.
That's what I'm saying.
They'll destroy me.
They would take away, the things
they'll
that
destroy
they
me.
have. So that's why people might have to, that's why they choose to stay away at least. You know what I'm saying?
The fear,
right.
But also the ego. This is what I mean by ego. You were 50 mils. It's nothing for you to give me 2 mils to rehab the FDMG high school. But you know what? You want to brag.
Why would you need 2 million when you said it was going to take 1 million to restore both sides of the street anyway?
About the fact you helped me. You can't brag about the fact you helped Dr. Umar because that's going to bring the attention from the elites and they're going to sit you down, right?
Yeah, you can cap
So a lot of them could help me. The problem is what? I got to be able to brag about this. I got to be able to take a picture with a big check with Dr. Umar. You feel me?
That's what I was like.
They want the bragging rights. Nigga, this ain't about that.
Nobody ever helped you in the industry?
Nah.
Nobody?
I never got a donation from a celebrity.
Wow.
Damn, man.
That's amazing.
On any level.
Because I always
low celebrity, high celebrity, and I know them all. Many of them.
And the school still wind up getting done, right?
Yeah, right now, where we are now.
Floors and paint.
Done with the paint.
We're done with the
floors and
doors.
Classroom locks.
Yeah.
What?
Doors. Because we still got to replace the girls' bathroom door, the boys' bathroom door. We got to get all the rooms rekeyed, right?
16 rooms?
More than 16, but 16 got to be done with the floors.
Okay.
And we got really the floors because the locks, that ain't too big of a deal, right?
See him? He just bullshit. This is some bullshit.
We got to get the floors done. The problem is the YouTubian struggle stream has been telling people I collected millions of dollars.
Well, you have, Umar. You have. And I'm gonna show you guys right now. In fact, you keep running your fucking mouth, and I'm gonna put together a video for tomorrow that breaks it all down. You better watch yourself. I was gonna save it for the documentary, but I'm off tomorrow. I will get up early and I will start in the morning. And by the time we live stream, I'll have that shit ready to go. You better watch your mouth, Umar. Now, let me pull this up. You the one living in your mama closet talking about struggle. Boy, you need to cut it out. Just live inside your mama closet. Here you go. At the end of 2016, I can pull up the video and play it for you all. Umar stated that he had $1 million. He says we have $1 million. We already have 1 million. Then he says we almost have $1 million. We're going to go with $1 million from 2014 to 2016. In point of fact, from 2014 to until the middle of 2014 until the beginning of 2016, Umar, he stated that he had already raised $500,000. See this? Anyway, and I can pull up all of these receipts and show it to you because I have it on the side of my notes because this is going to be really, it's kind of like the grand finale of the documentary that I'm working on Umar. Is to show and prove based upon his own words and his IRS filings, and then you can look at his GoFundMe where he raised, and I have screenshots of all of it. He raised over $400,000 there on PayPal initially. Over the course of about a year and a half, he was at $250,000 right there. But the point is that from 2014 through 2016, Umar is on record stating that he has $1 million, which is consistent with what we find with online records and then what he stated from PayPal and what he had raised from GoFundMe up to that point. Plus, he has cash that people give to him. We can't count that. He also has a P.O. box that send him checks and money orders, etc. Then I have Umar on record stating from 2017 to 2018, on average, he's raising $125,000 a year. Okay, well, that gets from 2017 through 2018, that'll get us to $250,000. We're going to take the $1 million from 2014 to 2016, and to be more precise, it's April of 2014, but to December of 2016. It's actually October. We're going to say December 2016. You got $1 million. We're going to add $250,000 to that. And so from 2014 through 2018, Umar has raised $1.25 million. Okay, $1,250,000 right there. That's in 2018. Okay, he's already at $1 million right there. He acquires these abandoned buildings in 2019 for $400,000. It can be much less than that, but that's what I give him credit for based upon online receipts, but it's never been verified. He could have gotten these shits for $200,000. But let's just go with $400,000. On Lord Jamar's show, he brought up $400,000. Umar said, yes, a little more than that. Okay, he never gives you a specific number because he's a con man. And I have all the receipts. I can back all this up. School purchase in 2019. We're just going to go with $400,000. We can go $450 if you want to, but let's go $400,000. So if we take $1.25 million that he collected from 2014 to 2018, and you subtract the $400,000 purchase price, Umar should have had $850,000 left over in 2019 when he acquired his abandoned building. Where did this money go? Umar could not start renovations right away because he didn't have any money left. Where did $850,000 go, Umar? So he comes up with the whole scenario and scheme about how he needs to find the blueprints for the school before they can actually start the renovations, thus beginning the blueprint saga, where for over a year, Umar's scrambling around talking about he's trying to find blueprints. No, that's just an excuse because he always has one. That's just an excuse to not start renovations because he didn't have no more money left. That's why in 2019, the guy gets evicted from his apartment because the money was gone. Where'd the money go? $850,000 missing already. And that's just in 2019. Let's go back. Umar should have had $850,000 left over in 2019. From 2019 to 2024, again, we're just going to go with what Umar said, that on average, at this time, he's raising $125,000. I know it's more than that, and I can prove that too. But $125,000, this is a lowball figure, just giving Umar the benefit of the doubt. You count up these years from 2019 through 2024. We're not going to deal with 2025. That's another $750,000. If you take that $750,000 and add it to the $850,000 that should have been left over in 2019, Umar should have been sitting on $1.6 million after purchasing these abandoned buildings. Furthermore, if you add back in the $400,000 that he spent to acquire these abandoned buildings, allegedly, you add that back into the $1.6 million, it can be stated as a lowball figure that Umar raised from 2014 to through 2024, bare minimum $2 million. And that's a lowball figure. Umar, prove me wrong. And I can back all this up. I can pull up your IRS filings. I can pull up where you said you had raised, I think you said $125,000 on PayPal. I can pull up a screenshot from GoFundMe where you had raised $400,000. I can pull up the video where you stated that you had raised $1 million back at the end of 2016. And the list goes on and on and on. I can back up everything I'm saying. Bare minimum $2 million. A more accurate figure would be $2.6, $2.7 million. But I'm gonna give Umar Johnson the benefit of the doubt. $2 million. Umar, you keep running your mouth, bro. Y'all want me to pull anything up? I can pull it up and show you. Him saying he had $1 million back in 2016.
Broke a mill, right? So every 16 but 16 got to be done with the floors.
Okay.
And we got really the floors because the locks, that ain't too big of a deal, right? We got to get the floors done. The problem is the YouTubian struggle stream has been telling people I collected millions of dollars, which we never broke a mill, right?
You ain't never broke a mill, motherfucker. You such a liar. You saying that shit in 2025. You a scoundrel, bro. You such a con man. The devil is in you. You ain't broke $1 million in 2025. You still ain't broke $1 million? Hold on. This is from 2016, ladies and gentlemen. 2016, December, I thought it was October. December 22nd of 2016. Okay, here's the actual post on Umar Johnson's Instagram page. Look right here. It says Dr. Umar Fatunde, December 22nd, 2016. Excuse me. Dr. Papa really likes this Baltimore school. It's in good condition, stage, gym, kitchen, daycare area, office space, large parking lot, plenty of classrooms, but they want 1.9 million. We will be able to do about 1 million shortly. What the fuck? That's back in 2016. You mean to tell me that now we're in 2025 and you still ain't reached 1 million? Even though back then you said you were going to do it shortly, but you also said you already had 1 million. Watch. Pay attention.
It's a nice school. We was just on the inside. They got a gym, lunch rooms, class space, office space, big parking lot, all the land around it. It's a pretty nice spot. So Baltimore, what's up, Baltimore? We need another 1 million. Baltimore, can we get another 1 million?
This is back in 2016, the end of 2016. So let's say by 2017, Umar was at 1 million. And yet 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 8 years later, over 8 years later, and Umar is still saying that he hasn't raised 1 million. Y'all do the math. Hit the one. He's a con man. And he's talking about me. That's the part that's why I had to go in a little bit. Because Umar, I know you watch these videos. I know that you've raised, it's so close to 2.6, 2.7, bare minimum $2 million, but you're still telling people that you haven't even raised $1 million in 2025. Come on, bro. Listen, there's different ways that you guys can look at this. I like to crunch numbers. I'm a stats guy. So in terms of sports. But if you go with his GoFundMe alone, that's $400,000. He said he had raised, I believe it was $125,000 on PayPal. That's 500, excuse me. Maybe I should do it on my let me do it on my Word document. So just on GoFundMe, Umar had raised, we're just going to say 400,000. It was a little bit over 400,000, but $400,000. Let me just do something real quick. See this? Just in 2 years and 10 months on GoFundMe alone, Umar raised $403,000. That's just on GoFundMe alone. He didn't even start with GoFundMe. You guys see this? Hit the one. Just on GoFundMe alone. Yeah, the goal, he put $4 million, but initially it was 1, then he put it to 2, and then he put it to 4 because he saw that money coming in. Don't get me started. You see this? Okay, that's $400,000 just on GoFundMe alone. That's soon after that he got shut down because of fraud. They started issuing refunds. Leonard, you making that up? I'm making it up. One moment. There you go. Who's that too, by the way? Huh? She got her money back because she said she was getting on that pole to get getting on the pole to get the donation money together. That's the stripper he was dealing with, Kim Ringgold. That's her GoFundMe refund check. And there was other people that was getting them refunds too, and they was posting on social media. So $400,000 on GoFundMe. And this is simply from March 3rd, 2015 to December 27th, 2017. Right? Okay, well, what do we have here though?
We doing okay. PayPal sabotaged us, y'all. Let me tell you how PayPal sabotaged. I called PayPal before I started using PayPal for the school fundraising. And I didn't want to use PayPal, but lazy Negroes kept talking about why I just can't make an online donation. Take your lazy ass to the post office and get a stamp. But anyway, they kept on bugging me, so I said, okay, let me do this PayPal. Now, I called PayPal first. I said, listen, I don't have tax exempt status yet. I won't have it to the end of the year. And I don't want y'all to freeze my account. If y'all want to freeze my account, I don't even want to start with PayPal. They told.
See, he didn't have tax exempt status when he started raising money. That's why he has all these tax liens during this time period. Because he was raising crazy money. It's all considered to be personal income. He's a con man. This video is from January of 2015. That's when it comes online. Understand that he alleges that he didn't start raising money until the spring of 2014. What this means is that, and he didn't have PayPal right away because he was doing PO Box and cash at speaking engagements. But at a certain point in that year of 2014, for the St. Paul's College, he starts raising money using PayPal. Okay, and actually, it would have to have been in 2014 where he starts. Yeah, that's right. He started using PayPal in 2014. But understand that it would have to have been after the middle of the year in 2014, which would mean that in less than a year, Umar raised $125,000 on GoFundMe alone in less than a half of a year, 6 months, less than 6 months.
I mean, you should be fine. Now check this out. We raised $25,000, PayPal don't say nothing. We raised $50,000, PayPal don't say nothing. We raised $100,000, PayPal don't say nothing. So when I get to $125,000, they freeze my damn account. I called them. I said, listen, can I talk to somebody about this? Because y'all told me this would not happen. Y'all know it take a while to get that tax exempt status from the IRS. I told y'all we're going to have it by the end of the year. In the meantime, I got over 200 people who have an automatic deduction.
See, he was making crazy money. The point is that in 2 years and 10 months, just 2 years and 10 months, let me put this in here on my 2 years and 10 months. Umar had raised over $400,000 on GoFundMe alone. And then in less than 6 months, he raised over $125,000 on PayPal. You see it over here? What we're getting at here, and this is consistent with what Umar said, because I remember when he said he had raised $500,000 in a year and a half. I can actually pull up the video and play that for you all. See, what this shows is that during this time period alone, Umar had raised over $525,000 just on using. Oh, I'm sorry. Just using. Where did it go? Here we go. Just using GoFundMe and just using PayPal. We're not talking about checks, money orders to his P.O. box, checks, money orders, cash, people giving to him at speaking engagements where he's trying to get donations for FDMG. So what I'm getting at is just the digital records show that Umar raised over $525,000. This is before CashApp. He had already raised $525,000 in less than 2 years and 10 months, just counting PayPal and GoFundMe. He's been raising money now since St. Paul's College for over 11 years. $11 years. And I have him on record. I can pull up the video where he says that I've raised 500. Want me to pull it up? Let's go to 2015. And we're going to go to the 1 hour and 44-minute mark. There you go.
Most of them will leave with no product left. You bought enough of it from Walmart, and enough of it from Kmart, and enough of it from Toys R Us, and Radio Shack, and Cyber Monday, and Black Friday. I want you to support our vendors. I will also be signing books, and I have my t-shirts and my DVDs over there as well. And yes, you can use credit card, and I will not leave until I sign every book and take every picture. But let me say this as we depart. Bear with me, my ADHD adults. And let me say, Detroit, Minister Shabazz already told you earlier, I'm coming back to Detroit in January to walk through some of the public schools that the city has. You all have helped me raise over $500,000 for the FDMG. I can't keep waiting to get.
This is December 2015. $500,000 in a year and a half. He's been raising money for over 11 years. If he raises $500,000 in a year and a half, how much y'all think he's raised over the last 11 years? And remember, he stated that he had $1 million by the end of 2016, which makes sense because if you're getting over $500,000 in a year and a half, you would think that you would get close to that over the next year to get you through 2016 to where you can say, I have $1 million, right? Well, that's what he said. By the beginning of 2017, Umar had already raised $1 million. And then he raises money 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 8 more years later, he's raising money. And in 2025, he's still telling people that he hasn't even raised $1 million. He's a con man. I don't know what else I got to do. Damn. See, what I want to do is to pull up the tax. See, there's another way you can look at this. We could go to the IRS tax exempt organization search, and I'm trying to find the EIN number. If someone has it, type it inside the chat room for me. I can take the EIN number and put it in here. Actually, I could do it another way though too. Let me see if it lets me. No, it does. It only does search by employer or organization name. Let me try it that way. FDMG. It may come up that way. And I have it. I actually have it bookmark. I should just do it that way, but I got to go and find which. Let me see what it does here. Yeah, it's not working. Let me go into my. Yeah, it's in here. Here it is right here. We can just go to Candid. Yeah, for 2023, he's saying that he received $204,000. And $121,000 the previous year. That's $300,000 for 2022 and 2023. See, we can just take that shit and add that to the GoFundMe and the PayPal. See what I mean? You can look at this different ways, which is $525,000. So let's just take $525,000 and we're going to add what Umar filed with the IRS for 2023, which was $204,000 collected, $204,822. And that gets us up to $729,000. And then we're going to add what he reported the year prior, which was $121,000 and $121,646. Let's see, $121,646. Okay, dollars. That gets him to $851,000. Okay, and all we would have to do is go and look at 2021, 2020. 2019, 2018, 2017, and then here we are. He's way over $1 million. This guy, he's a con man. Let me see if it shows. It only okay. Let me see if it shows 2020. For 2020, yeah, because he didn't have tax exempt status in 2019. That was all personal income. He's such a con man. And he's the only one on the board of directors. He has cash sitting in a non-interest bearing account. So the $518,000 that he was sitting on at this time, allegedly, which makes no sense though, because if you were sitting on $518,000, you should have been able to get them renovations done a long time ago. He's such a con man. Yeah, I think what he's showing for 2020, he's put on here, he didn't raise no money. That's what look like what he's saying right here. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, this con man. Hold on, let me blow this up so I can look at it easier. See, we did 2023, let's go to 2021. Maybe that'll make it easier. For 2021, he said that he raised $116,000. So let's add $116,000. It's in 585. Okay, we'll just add that to it too. 585. That's $968,000 right there. And then he says for the prior year, which would be 2020, Umar's claims that he raised $177,000. $177,000. That's 892. That's $1.145 million right there. We're gonna come back tomorrow. We're gonna get into this. That's what we're gonna start. See, just by looking at the IRS filings, and some of these years he's saying he didn't collect any money, which is a lie. He's a con man. If we simply look from 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. We're not talking about 2024 because it's not archived yet. But just the IRS filings for those 4 years. Remember, he could have been collecting money for 11, but we're just looking at 4 years and you add that to what Umar collected on his fucking GoFundMe, and you add what he collected in less than 6 months on his PayPal, you get to 1.145 million. See, I'm so tempted because I'm off tomorrow, get up early and compile all this shit into a video. It'll be a short video to probably take about a 10-minute video and just break this down step by step. Proves conclusively that Umar has raised well over $1 million because we're not even counting all the stuff that shit's been sent to him to the P.O. box and the cash that I highly doubt that he's even claiming with the IRS. This guy's raised easily $2.7 million easily. But here we are in 2025, even though in 2016, he said he had already raised $1 million. He's on these brothers' podcast, lying his ass off, saying he still ain't raised $1 million. What kind of man? He's a con man. Hit the one. And, this, and there's so much more I can pull up. Look at this. Umar stated in 2014, he got his PayPal up there. Breaking news. It appears that we may have won the bid. Keep donating. He's talking about the bid for St. Paul's. Anybody want to take a guess what the starting bid was? Y'all give me 5 more minutes. I thought we was going to be quick. Anybody want to take a guess what the starting bid was? Goes to show you how much of a liar both ways Umar is. He's forked tongue. The starting bid is the amount that you have to put in just to get in there. You can't even win if you don't have the starting bid. The starting bid was $2.5 million, which would mean, based upon what Umar is saying, that he had $2.5 million in 2014 to put in a starting bid, and then he can say, breaking news, it appears that we may have won the bid. Just to start is $2.5 million. Someone said 1 million. You know who knows is Black Anonymous, because it's on the blog spot. Starting bid for St. Paul's College. Oh, I don't even know why I'm looking it up there. Look, I can pull up the actual receipt. Hold on a second. I'm tripping. Let's go to 2014 now. Don't worry, I got the receipts. Here you go. See this right here? It's a sealed bid auction, and there's a starting bid. Okay, this is one of the receipts. Here's another one. Sealed bid auction, historical St. Paul's College, Lawrenceville, Virginia, sale overview. Starting bid, just to start, you have to have $2.5 million. And Umar, on June 25th, 2014, says, breaking news, it appears that we may have won the bid. That means that he had to at least put down $2.5 million. This is in 2014. So either he lied about putting in the bid, which I believe he's lying, Or he had $2.5 million back in 2014, which I don't believe is the case. Because Umar's not going to raise $2.5 million in a matter of 2 months. That's not going to happen. He raised a lot. See how I'm fair? And I'm giving this clown the benefit of the doubt. See? But it goes to show you one way or the other that he's a liar. He never put in the bid. But if he did, he would have had to have $2.5 million, and he would have to raise that. Listen, he started raising money for the St. Paul's College in the spring of 2014, right? This is April of 2014. And he posts this in June. So in a matter of about 2 months, let's say 2.5 months, are we to believe that Umar raised $2.5 million? No. So why is he saying that? Well, good news, I think we may have won the bid? Because he's lying. He never put in the bid. Because in order to even start, he has to have $2.5 million. The point is that I'm giving Umar the benefit of the doubt. It still proves that he's a liar. But I'm not going to get up in there and say, no, he had $2.5 million because how is he going to get the starting bid? He has to have $2.5 million. No, that's not accurate. That's not fair either. Now, based upon Umar's lying ass, could I say that? Yeah, because basically what he's saying in a backwards way is that he had $2.5 million in to put in a starting bid so that he may win the bid, right? But I know that that's not the truth. I know that Umar lied about that. Like he lies about still not having $1 million, and he's been raising money for 11 years. Now, listen, you guys, again, there's different ways you can look at this. You can just take Umar's, and I can pull up the receipt where he says he raises about $125,000 a year. Okay. He's been raising money for 11 years now. We can take $125,000 multiplied by 11, and that's $1.375 million. What y'all want to do? How y'all want to do it? How y'all want to roll? You let me know. But that's a lowball figure. Even though in 2025, he's still telling people that he hasn't raised $1 million. He told people back in 2016 that he had already raised $1 million. And at one point, he said he had $500,000 in just a year and a half. GoFundMe $400,000, PayPal $125,000 in a year and a half. Excuse me, 2.5 years for the PayPal. For the GoFundMe. Don't worry, I got all the receipts. See this? 2 years and 10 months. Let's just say 3 years right here for the GoFundMe. We'll say 3 years. And yet he has the audacity to get on to Beyonce's internets and tell these brothers that he still hasn't raised $1 million. And they're going to try to blame me for this shit. Umar, you better watch your fucking mouth.
So every contract that I bring to the school,
paint.
Done with the paint.
Done with the
floors and
doors.
Classroom locks.
Yeah.
Doors. Because we still got to replace the girls' bathroom door, the boys' bathroom door. We got to get all the rooms rekeyed.
Listen, you can do that in an hour, Umar.
Right?
16 rooms?
More than 16, but 16 got to be done with the floors.
Okay.
Yo, he just bullshitting. I apologize. I've been going off. T Jones gifted 5 membership. Thank you so much, T Jones. And make sure everyone in Cooker Chat, please thank T Jones. It's very kind of you. Very kind. And for those of y'all who, if you receive those memberships, go on and make sure you thank T Jones for that. I appreciate it. And SH Play says, we who have been here with Lenon since the beginning saw all this in real time as unbelievable as this. Yeah, it is unbelievable. And we're almost done. Okay, because I really was trying to have a quick show today. But I'm gonna be back tomorrow for sure. It's unbelievable because it's gone on for so long. And I would like to think that if enough information is passed and distributed and enough receipts are shown, because like I said, everything I can say, I'm saying here, I can pull it up. Like for instance, when I said the GoFundMe, I can pull up a screenshot of that. When I said the PayPal $125,000, I was like, I think it's 125, but then I pulled up the actual receipt and he says $125,000. I can pull up the video where he says that he raises on average about $125,000. This is after this whole period where he was raising crazy money on GoFundMe and PayPal and PO Box, so forth and so on. I can pull up the video where he says that he's raised $500,000. In fact, I have it tracked in my notes year by year because he stopped giving updates on how much money he raised back in 2020. He said $850,000. That's the last time Umar's given an update. Listen, we can even do this, Umar. You said in 2020 that you had raised $850,000 fucking dollars, and I can pull it up and play it for you all. That was in 2020. If we take your IRS filings, which we already just looked at from 2021, 2022, and 2023, and you add that to the $850,000, you're already over $1 million. But you said you were over $1 million back in 2016, or at least you said you had $1 million in 2016. See, I would like to think, SH Play, that this information and the receipts that I show would have been enough by now to where and people wouldn't still be buying into this bullshit, because it's unbelievable. This has gone on for such a long time. Listen, if the guy is willing to lie to the people about how much money he's collected, what else y'all think he's lied to the people about? See, but he doesn't want people to know how much money he's raised, because they'll realize very quickly that he's a con man. Most of the money, overwhelmingly, has gone towards Umar over the last 11 years. One of these days, we'll sit down and we'll just say, okay, well, he got an HVAC. Okay, he said it was $25,000, whatever he said, 50, 25, I don't know. He said he'd get blueprints for 20,000. Blueprints be digital these days, but whatever. The school allegedly $400,000. You know, you start adding this shit up and you realize very quickly, like, there's millions of dollars that are missing over the course of 11 years. Missing. But Umar is saying that he hasn't even raised $1 million. See, that's why he doesn't want people to know how much money he has raised. But we can just go to 2020. And Umar stated that he had raised $850,000. And then we can take his IRS filing since that time and add it to that $850,000. And it's over $1 million. Case motherfucking closed. And I can back all this up. I could do it right now, but we're going to be done. It is. It's unbelievable. And it's been happening in real time. And here we are in 2025, and he lying to the people about how much money he raised. Ain't updated them since 2020. He's a con man. Thank you for the super chat. User 225, Leonard, can you help me on my quest to save him? Don't start. Don't start. Thanks, User 225. Don't start. That was from yesterday. That was wild. Okay, let's finish this up, y'all. We've gone too long tonight, but I love y'all. Let's go.
And we got really the floors, because the locks, that ain't too big of a deal, right? We got to get the floors done. The problem is the YouTubian struggle stream has been telling people I collected millions of dollars, which we never.
Listen, I just proved it. You better watch your mouth, because I know you're talking about me. I just proved it. Hit the one real quick. This is the last thing. Just hit the one. Could correct that. And see, I can prove it different ways, because you can look at it different angles. Y'all said you can look at it this way. I think I gave 3 different ways. You can look at these in 3 different ways and still prove that he's raised bare minimum $1 million. If bare minimum is $2 million, the most accurate estimation that I can give based upon all my research, including the IRS filings, his GoFundMe and his PayPal and all that stuff, is $2.7 million. And again, if he raises, and he stated that he raised a $500,000 in a year and a half, wouldn't it make sense for him to be $2.6 million after 11 fucking years? I mean, let's think about that for a moment. Let's do this. We're gonna say Umar said he had $500,000 in 1.5 years. So 1.5, the next 500,000. We're just projecting here. I'm talking about statistically speaking, with the money being coming, and this is assuming that it's consistent all the way across the board. But I would say to be fair that it's not consistent like that all the way across the board. There was a time he was bringing a whole lot more money than he is now. But just as an exercise, 1.5, the next one, 500,000 over 1.5 years. The next 1.5 gets him to a million. So we can project out into the future that every 3 years Umar is raising $1 million. Well, he's been raising money for 11 years. Let's cut that down to 9 years. We'll just shave off 2 years. You take 9 years. What you will have is that over the course of 9 years, Umar, bare minimum, $3 million. We're cutting off years. We're not even going everything. But I'm going to say 2.6. See, I'm even giving this guy the benefit of the doubt. 2.6, $2.7 million is a more accurate representation of what it could. Could it be 3 million? Yeah, it could be 4 million. But it's definitely not. I already proved it during this live stream. It's definitely not under 1 million, Umar. Yeah, Umar is dramatic, but that's how he cons people. See, he's a charlatan. You guys understand that? You guys, they show the things where the people trying to get people to come into the circus, and the guy standing out there, he has to be dramatic. Hey, yeah, we got the blah blah blah, we got this and we got that. You come on in. Well, that's Umar. There's a term for it, but the psychology, these people that they'll do that shit, and everything is over exaggerating and doing all this shit, and it could look like he pop locking and shit. That's Umar, and going all like that. Whenever he do that, he be snarling, looking like a werewolf. That's the dramatic. He's just dramatic about everything. There's a term for it. I just can't remember it right now. Yeah. He has to be a showman to sell this shit, because otherwise people ain't gonna believe it. I don't believe it. See, I watch Umar enough to know what he's doing when he's doing it. When he be doing all this shit, I got to just handle that with SETI right now because people been popping off the mouth and shit. I said, why you got to do all this? Up there, someone said he up there like rerun. Yeah, all joking aside, Prima Lux, the reason why Umar does that is because he knows that he's spinning lies. And in order to get people to believe in the lies, he has to dramatize everything. Everything has to be over the top dramatic. He has to oversell everything. He was talking about the school. It was going to be a 500-acre campus. It was basically a compound with air traffic control tower. I kid you not. And this is all going to be built with donor money because he didn't have a job at the time. He still ain't got no job. He ain't got no money. Back then, he still ain't got no money. An airstrip, a baseball field, a track and field facility. There's going to be 2 schools, all these massive dormitories. In fact, he says it's going to be a zoo and a hospital. See, all of that is part of the dramatics. It's all dramatics. But see, that's how he gets people. And he just, just hopping around and pop locking and shit. It always cracks me up, especially when I'll be trying to act like and be mimicking him because he be like, you know what I'm saying? I said, Umar, stop. You ain't got to do all that. But he does in order to sell things. That's the point. Okay. Yeah. He said a NASA building, Jimmy Jamboree. He said a NASA building. And you're going to have conscious pigs. Anyway, thank you, Prima Lex, for the super chat. Let's wind this down, y'all. Yeah, Jimmy Jamboree, it's actually probable that he's over a 3 million. I just give him the benefit of the doubt. I say 2.6, 2.7, bare minimum set 2 million. But in 2025, Umar's still telling people that he hasn't raised $1 million. That's insane. And I can prove it 3 different ways. I can prove it at least 3 there. I can prove it other ways too. But 3 different ways I can prove to you all that Umar has raised $1 million. Okay, and I just broke those 3 ways, and I didn't mean to, but 3 different ways that you guys can calculate to get to Umar being at $1 million. In fact, you can just go back to 2016, into 2016, where he said he had already had $1 million. He needed another one. He wanted to get another one. That was back in 2016. We're like 9 years later, almost 9 years later, Umar's still telling people that he hasn't raised $1 million. See, in fact, if you take $1 million back then that he said he raised back in 2016, and then you take $125,000, and we're going to multiply by all the years leading up to this year. So 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, we're going to multiply $125,000 by 8 more years. That's $1 million. You take that and you add it to the $1 million that he had already raised in 2016, well, that's $2 million right there. Got him. See, that's another way. That's 4 ways I've given you guys to prove this shit. But see, he lies so much. The only reason why I can use these different ways of getting to the figures is because he's lied so much and he's contradicted himself. I'm just taking one example of what he said, and then I can take another example that can be in contradiction to what he said, and another one that could be in contradiction with those 2, and another that can be in contradiction with all those 3, but still get to $1 million. He's a con man. In one case, we can get to 2 million. All right. Thanks to again Primo Lux for the super chat. Appreciate it. But there's a term for it. I can't remember the term for it. Where people, it's all theatrics to get people's attentions, and everything has to be dramatic. And there's a psychological term for it. Umar. He's well known for that. Okay, let's finish this up. Thank you guys so much. You know, I really thought we was going to have a quick live stream today, but it is a bit. Let's just finish up with this right here. We're going to come back tomorrow, and we'll probably pick up with this right here again, because it's fascinating to see Umar in 2025 lying after all these years. It's incredible. It's unbelievable. It really is. Here we go.
Broke a mill, right? So every contractor,
nobody.
I never got a donation from a celebrity.
Wow.
I replaced the girls' bathroom door, the boys' bathroom door. We got to get all the rooms rekeyed, right?
Yeah, thanks, Vixen. It's called histrionics. It's histrionics disorder. Anyone, you can look it up, and it fits Umar to a T. A lot of narcissistic people who have narcissistic personality traits, they suffer with histrionics too. Umar is an excellent example of that. Excellent. Thank you so much, Vixen. And D Will, what's up, D? And I didn't even give shout outs to people today. I apologize. Thanks, Disgruntled Penguin. Here we go.
More than 16, but 16 got to be done with the floors.
Okay.
And we got really the floors, because the locks, that ain't too big of a deal, right?
Bye.
We got to get the floors done. The problem is the YouTubian struggle stream has been telling people I collected millions of dollars, which we never broke a mill, right? So every contractor I bring to the school think what?
You got money.
It's incredible that he's saying this in 2025, but in this video at the end of 2016, listen.
All the land around it. Pretty nice spot. So Baltimore, what's up, Baltimore? We need another million. Baltimore, can we get another million?
Be rich. Right. So they coming up 75,000. 16, but 16 got to be done with the floors.
Okay.
And we got really the floors, because the locks, that ain't too big of a deal, right? We got to get the floors done. The problem is the YouTubian struggle stream has been telling people I collected millions of dollars, which we never broke a mill, right? So every contractor I bring to the school think what?
You got money.
We rich. Right. So they coming up 75,000.
Put an extra woo on it.
50,000. You see what I'm saying? They don't know we don't have that money because they listen to them idiots on the internet.
Yeah, but see, Umar, there's over $2 million missing. Okay, it's incredible what this guy's doing.
Right? Claiming he collected $3.
You don't have the money. Look at him. He up here tweaking and shit, clicking
on the internet. Right? Claiming he collected $3 million.
He done. Yeah, good Chris chat. We got this fool. We got him. Umar, you probably watching this right now. Your mama calls it. We got you, bro. Okay. You can run, but you can't hide. You can lie, but the truth is always gonna come to light, homeboy. That's real talk.
They don't know we don't have that money because they listen to them idiots on the internet, right? Claiming he collected $3 million. Where?
But
$3 million, both my schools be up. Yeah. What's wrong?
I never said 3 mil, 2.6, 2.7, but I can prove conclusively bare minimum $2 million, which really that should have been enough for him to get started based upon what he was projecting in the beginning in 2019, February 2019. Because he said it's going to cost $1 million to renovate both sides of the street. Well, you figure if you spend $400,000 to acquire them and $1 million to renovate both sides of the street, then you should have been left with $600,000. You see, you can just crunch these numbers real quick. Well, where's the $600,000? And he didn't even do the renovations. See, again, he had raised $1 million back in 2016.
They don't know we don't have that money because they listen to them idiots on the internet.
Why don't you have that money, Umar? There's so much millions of dollars that are missing right now, based upon your own words.
Right? Claiming he collected $3 million.
Cut it out, Umar. We got him shook.
Where?
But
3.2? Yeah, it's possible. It could be 4. It could. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Y'all just give me your best estimate, seriously, on how much y'all think Umar has raised up to this point. Based upon my research, I give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a lowball figure, and I go with 2.6 or $7 million. I'm just going to put $2.6 million in here. Y'all go ahead and put what y'all think. Okay, it could be 3.2. It could be 4. Okay. Yeah, 3 million. Yeah, I can see that too. I'm going with 2.6 million.
$3 million, both my schools be up. Yeah. What's wrong with you?
But couldn't the books be open to these potential investors? Meaning I open up books to you to show you what we're working with, to actually show you where we at.
Oh, yeah, if I find somebody who got some real money, that ain't no problem.
Right.
But ain't nobody come to the table like that.
That's not what he said in 2019. Remember, he was talking about he's not trying to do that and how he's going to be giving out spiritual stock certificates. 3 million. Yeah, I can see that. Again, my figure is really low ball. I try to give Umar the benefit of the doubt. I can prove conclusively $2 million easy. 2.6 is a more accurate representation of how much money he's collected, but 3 million is possible. 3.5. I mean, it's possible. It is possible. I wouldn't go that far though. Personally, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it is possible though. 3.5. Okay. 3.4. Yeah. 2 to 5 million. 5 million. I think that's stretching it. I think 5. That's going a little. I think that's going too far. Is it possible? Yeah, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, I try to give Umar the benefit, and I really shouldn't be because he lies so much. But I give him the benefit of the doubt. What's up, K Savage? 9 million? No, it ain't 9. No, that's too much. Yeah, she probably do. 3 million? 3 million? Okay. Well, the thing is, I've been saying 2.6, 2.7 for about a year and a half. So yeah, I guess, right? It could be 3 million. Yeah. Yeah. 2.5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know it's sad. I feel so bad for these donors because they've really sent this guy a gang of money, and most of it he's used on himself over the past 11 years. Instructor Logan says, in that case, he could have earned work for the money needed to open up the school himself from the start, not pocket watch everyone else. Yeah, he could have done that too. You know, what he could have done though too, Instructor Logan, is Umar, he could have continued to raise money, but then also worked to raise money himself as a school psychologist because he wasn't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? He just going from city to city running his mouth. He ain't doing shit. He ain't raising no kids. He ain't taking care of no kids. He ain't educating no kids. He could have just kept raising money for the St. Paul school scam shit, and then worked as a school psychologist. But he stopped working as a school psychologist back in 2010, 2011. But he should have maintained the job and saved this money up so that he can put some money into the pot. He ain't got no skin in the game. You guys understand what I'm saying? And he could have done that. He could have done that until 2025. Shit, he ain't done shit with these trap Bandos since 2019. Talk about we just got to get some locks on the doors and we got to repair this door. What you talking about? It's all a waste of money. All of this, the hundreds, over $100,000 is wasted on taxes alone. There's another way of looking at this shit. Umar allegedly paid $400,000 for these trap Bandos. He said it's paid a little bit more than that. We're going to get a bit of that. Excuse me, $400,000. I apologize. He spends about $120,000 on taxes that should not have had to have been paid if he had his paperwork in order with the IRS, but he didn't have his paperwork in order. Okay, you add those two together, that's over $500,000 just in 2019 that's wasted. It serves no purpose. He just wasted. He tricked off $500,000. And then he said he bought an HVAC for $25,000. He's throwing block parties. You start adding shit up, and he's going to get close to $1 million just in shit that he allegedly spent money on, including $400,000 for these trap Bandos. So the idea that Umar he hasn't raised $1 million, even though back in 2016 he said that he raised $1 million already. So it's just crazy. It's crazy. But you're right. What he could have done is work himself, saved his own money, so he has skin in the game, and he could have continued to raise money, and he could be still raising money up into 2025, but not have purchased these trap Bandos and wasted about $600,000. If y'all really think about it, Umar's wasted it's more than $600,000. I would say it's probably close to $700,000. He's wasted about $700,000 since 2019 by acquiring these trap Bandos, because in addition to the taxes, he also has to pay all these fees for owning these buildings, that there's storm drain fees and all this other shit. Then he also has what's called, when he's on the vacant property list, there's fees that accrue for that every single month. This guy, he's wasted about $700,000 just by purchasing these abandoned buildings. Yeah, but he sure do pocket watch everyone else, don't he? And worrying about what black people are doing. He was telling black people, y'all shouldn't even be buying beauty supply products. You women, soap, soap, all that shit. And one time he said y'all shouldn't be spending money on the soap. Anyway, thanks, Instructor Logan. It's just a big old mess. Let's finish this up. User 225 says, notice he doesn't say how much money he has now. He absolutely doesn't. No, he doesn't. He never gives an update. Last time was 2020. Okay, that's 5 years ago. Over almost, it's a half a decade. Last time Umar gave an update, and he wants people to believe that he hasn't raised $1 million, even though in 2016 he said he raised $1 million. He's a con man. All right, let's finish up. Here we go for sure. Goodness.
You feel me?
Have you brought it to them, though?
It hasn't been a need. And the reason it hasn't, no problem. No problem.
Right.
On the internet, right? Claiming he collected 3 mil. Where?
But
3 mil, both my schools be up.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
But couldn't the books be open to these potential investors? Like, meaning like I open up books to you to show you what we're working with, to actually show you where we at.
Oh, so yeah, if I find somebody who got some real money, that ain't no problem.
Right.
But ain't nobody come to the table like that.
See, the book should be open to the donors because he has a nonprofit organization. It should be public record, in point of fact. Hit the one. But Umar, he's not going to do that because people were, if he was honest with how much money he's raised, it would become very apparent. It become apparent to people very quickly that he's a con man, and most of the money he's spent on himself. It's a doggone shame. It's amazing that people still believe in this foolishness. And he's up here in 2025 saying he hasn't even raised $1 million. I've proven it 4 different ways that he's raised a bare minimum $1 million. Again, my best estimate 2.6, 2.7, but I can prove it a bare minimum $2 million. But I can get to 1 million 4 different ways based upon what Umar says and what he stated in the past.
You feel me?
Have you brought it to them, though?
It hasn't been a need. And the reason it hasn't been a need is the donations that we have received have been sufficient for us to get the job done for the small school.
But how much money have you raised? So he doesn't tell anyone. And again, I have him on record saying that the school was about $400,000 and that renovations were going to cost. First, he said 125,000. Then he bumped up to 200,000. Then he said $350,000. Okay, but see, let's say that it was 350,000 just to do renovations on one side of the street. Okay, if we go and we look at his IRS filings, 2021, 2022, and 2023, money raised, that should be enough to cover renovation costs on one side of the street. So what you talking about, Umar? We're not counting all the rest of the money that's missing. Okay. We're going to assume that in 2019, when you purchased these trap bandos, that after you spent $400,000, you didn't have a penny left. And you didn't. You should have, but you spent all the rest of the money. That if you take the rest of the money that you claim that you received just with the IRS, that you report to the IRS, it's over $350,000 from 2019 to present. And that fact alone should put you in a position to have renovated that half the side of the street, and the school should be open. Hit the one. See, there's so many different ways we can look at this financially or statistically, because that's how I like to look at this. To we can prove that Umar Johnson is nothing more than a liar and a con artist, and that he's tricked off most of it of this money. That's why he's not going to tell people how much money he's raised. He's not going to do it here. Everything is up in the air, but he wants it that way. He doesn't want to show the books because people have realized very quickly that he's a con man, and most of the money he's spent on himself over the last 11 years.
Wrong with you?
But couldn't the books be open to these potential investors? Like, meaning like I open up books to you to show you what we're working with, to actually show you where we at.
Oh, so yeah, if I find somebody who got some real money, that ain't no problem.
Right.
But ain't nobody come to the table like that. You feel me?
Have you brought it to them, though?
It hasn't been a need. And the reason it hasn't been a need is the donations that we have received have been sufficient for us to get the job done for the small school. When we get across the street, we might have to go there. You got to remember, the people complaining about the school are YouTube and struggle streamers, not serious businessmen or women, just coons. You see what I'm saying? Who've never donated.
Okay, Umar, you're not a serious business person, period. Okay, you're a con man and a charlatan. And there are plenty of people who've donated, but they realize that it's a scam and it's a con. There's people inside this chat room right now who donated that realize later that you're nothing more than a con man. Hit the one.
They just don't want to see it successful because it's me.
Right. You got people that, like you say, that never donate.
No, that's called narcissism. He thinks he's so important.
Anyway. But they talk like that to you.
There you go.
Like they talk like they're on that type of time.
Yeah. But they don't write no checks.
See, listen, Umar, what about Fathom? And what about Window? And what about Corny? And what about Disgruntled Penguin and Marcia? See, you can spin these narratives all you want to. It's just more and more people are waking up to the fact that you're a con artist.
And I don't press them. I don't press them because I don't pocket watch. You want to donate, you donate. If you don't, you don't.
You know that's not true because he be going in on his donors, pocket watching them, telling them what they need to send him more money, and they spending money on weave and he want their grit money and so forth and so on. He lies so much.
And because I know everything is all about divine alignment, it might very well be the case.
Yeah, he's trying to spiritualize it as a way of it's a red herring.
That the creator don't want me getting help.
Align with them.
You feel me?
Right.
Because think about it. If you give me 2 G's and fix up that high school, what happens when you get accused of rape next year?
Right.
Now, Dr. Umar, who always tells.
What in the world is going on? We're going to leave it right there. But we went way over time today. What in the world? We're going to pick up right there tomorrow. Okay. Matter of fact, we'll probably start this whole segment. We'll start it at the beginning of the live stream. We'll go through the whole thing. This guy, Umar, he's something else. Shout out to Information Man. What about Information Man, Umar? What about Dapper Douglas? There's plenty of other people that donated to Umar, and later they realized that he's nothing more than a charlatan. What do you say about those people? And the last point, the truth is that the book should be open because he has a nonprofit, and money coming in and money going out, all that should be itemized on a website. He doesn't even have an FDMG website. And point of fact, the public should be able to see a documentation for everything that's taking place, including what's happening with this money. And then there should be oversight with the board of directors. Who's on the board of directors? Just Umar. But Umar does not want there to be transparency. He does not want the books to be open. He does not want people to see how much money he has raised, because when they do, and it may happen at some point, if the IRS coming down on his ass and take and put him in the court system for this fraud, that in discovery, all that becomes public record. When people see that, and if people see that, it's going to be proven without a shadow of a doubt that Umar has raised millions and millions of dollars, and that most of this money has gone towards him over the last 11 years. Which, guess what? I've been telling people anyway. So whoop-de-doo. Okay. All right. Thank y'all so much. Good Crush Chat. I apologize. I did not mean for this show to be this long, but we kind of got blowed off and I kind of went off, but it is what it is. I want to thank everyone inside the chat room. Thanks to all the mods for handling business during this live stream. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats. If I missed anyone, I apologize. And if you sent in Cash Apps or PayPal, thank you so much. My Cash App PayPal information is listed down below in the description of this video. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Before you head out, if you did enjoy the show, you haven't hit that like button, go ahead and hit that like button. That'll help to get the word out for this podcast, and hopefully more people will be able to tune in and get this information. It's like someone had said earlier, it's amazing that it was SH Play. It's incredible that this saga still continues to this day. And I would hope that more and more people will get this information, and they'll be able to get a level of discernment and do their own research too, and come to the truth. It's the conclusion, which is the truth, that Umar is nothing more than a con man, and that FDMG, the idea of FDMG, is a pipe dream, and he uses it simply to get money out of people so that he can live out his self-destructive lifestyle. He doesn't care about black people. He doesn't care about black children. In point of fact, he preys upon black people. And on top of that, it's a very concerning because of Umar's sexual debauchery, and everything turns back to lust and freak off type talk. I mean, that's a red flag in and of itself. Why would anybody want to give money to someone like this? Is beyond me. But at the end of the day, people, you can do whatever you want to with your money. That's your business. But please have informed consent and know what you're contributing to. And based upon my years of research into Umar, it is without a shadow of a doubt what you guys are contributing to, and what maybe you have contributed to, is nothing more than a charlatan who is using this idea and notion of saving black boys as a manipulative tool, as a master manipulator to get money out of people, and of course to sexually exploit black women. It's a doggone shame. Okay, I'll continue to do what I can to warn people and to get this information out there. In the meantime, Good Crush Chats are definitely undefeated. I want to thank everyone again for tuning on in, and thanks everyone for all of the support, as we always do, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See your eyes shining,
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Oh, you got one? Okay, let me take a look. Don't worry, Giannis. Just get some sleep, okay? Thank you for the super. Thank you for the super chat. All right. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yep, you're right. Yep. All right, let me give you guys the poll results. I forgot to do that. I apologize. The poll question was, when Umar puts on his wig, who does he look like? 15% said Frederick Douglass, 4% said Cat Williams, 10% said Patti LaBelle, and 71% said a damn fool. A damn fool. And I'm going to go with a damn fool. Okay, let me go ahead and close that. I've had over 1,150 votes there. Thank everyone who voted there. Also, thanks everyone who hit that like button during this live stream. More than likely, we will be back tomorrow. Okay, I'll set up the live stream either later, a little bit later, or probably more likely early this morning, next morning. I want to thank everyone again for tuning on in. Thank you for your support, and we'll continue to rock out with this Umar Johnson content. Okay, I want to send lots of love to each and every one of you. Thank you for your time and your presence. I really appreciate it. Until next time, y'all take care. Peace.